first impressions are so formative, and
Yeah.
that's a really great example of that. But one of the questions I wanted to ask you, based on that, is: do you remember your first nightmare?
I probably don't. I remember the first nightmare that failed to be a nightmare.
That sounds like a story. Mind sharing?
I mean, there's not a lot of a story. It's once I've gotten more competent and more confident with my striking, I was beginning to have, the classical nightmare of something chasing me. And then in the middle of participating in that particular premise, I've stumbled upon the idea of why should I run away from you if I could just kick your ass?
Mm. Yeah, the dreams that come to a lesson are always valuable. But I wanted to counter that my first nightmare was similar in the sense that I was being chased. But for context, I was maybe 3 or 4 years old, and my parents sat me down to watch the first Terminator. Now, when I
Hmm.
say the line, "I'll be back," what do you think of? What's the first picture that comes to your mind?
Arnold.
Yeah, yeah, but in what context?
Oh, never mind. I'm actually thinking of Terminator 2 Arnold because I watched 2 be No, I'm thinking of it. I'm not remembering the exact scene, but he says that multiple times, and he does that in a positive portrayal because I've watched 2 before I watched 1.
Oh, okay. That's interesting because where I'm taking this, like where this leads is that
Hmm.
um, I watched the first movie with my parents at a very young age, and everybody considers that an action movie, pretty schlocky, not all that crazy. You got the tech noir where he's coming in with the big Desert Eagle and 44, and the part that leads up to this. Every time I hear "I'll be back," I think of Arnold at the police station looking for Sarah Connor, telling that to the guy at the front desk before he drives a car into him, wedges him, comes out of the
Ah,
driver's seat, and proceeds to gun down an entire station of cops with an Armalite and a Spaz 12, right? Like,
yeah.
at 3 years old, that is a horror movie to me because they run from him. They blow up a whole gas truck and his skin melts off. And guess what? He's a metal skeleton with red glowing eyes and he doesn't stop.
I think for audiences back then, given that it was a novel IP and it wanted to establish certain premises, and among those premises was also the unsettling, unavoidable future machine-driven apocalypse, I think it legitimately had horror elements, and that was envisioned as a actiony horror scene just because audiences at the time would not have been acclimated to it. Like
Mm.
looking back, for example, Alien doesn't really track as a horror movie these days, especially later non-Ridley Scott non-Ridley Scott Alien films. They've sort of started deviating even more from that, but Alien today still wouldn't even track as a horror film.
It's like a psychological thriller from what I've seen of Prometheus, which is basically just like here and there on cable TV, walking by a TV, not really watching it.
I don't really like the Prometheus continuity. I guess that it is closer to Ridley Scott's original vision that I guess I don't like.
Mm.
um, just because I'm so much of a Predator Alien kind of crossover universe nerd.
I loved that 2001 movie. It was
Yeah.
great. It was
Yeah.
another formative movie for me.
Yeah, I maybe that's the same reason I think so highly of it. It's because, no, I think of it so highly because it builds on the lore that was established in a game that was formative for me, rather a series of games that were formative for me. Those being Alien versus Predator, Alien AVP 2,
That was
Primal Hunt.
the very first one though was the Gearbox one, right?
I think so, yeah, before it was, still ungreased by Randy Pitchford.
Mm. Mm.
What I'm saying is that I think the old Alien movie wouldn't track as a horror movie today.
Mm. I can't remember the last time I went back and watched that one. So I don't know if I could make a strong comment either way either. But to circle back around to nightmares, the
Mm.
end of that story is that my first nightmare was basically Terminator 2. Walls fell down, room exploded, my mom gets killed in front of me by the Terminator, and then he comes to strangle me. Right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that stays with me. A lot of my first memories do.
Hmm. Well, I mean, I can see how that would be impactful.
Well, it's the point I was making before that about things being formative. I think that when you get to know somebody's most formative experiences, that is the most you can derive from their character. Like it's very insightful.
I'll semi-agree, only in the sense that I think that throughout the course of a natural lifespan, you have a lot of these formative moments. Some of them aren't as explicit, and especially as you get older, a lot of them are sort of internal monologue driven, sort of things that dawn upon you, or your disappointment in previously held opinions or beliefs. And those would be equally formative, and if you don't factor all of those in, you may be looking at, for lack of a better comparison, pretty old patch notes.
I think that's a really good counter argument. And that's something that I maybe not considered as strongly. It's sort of vague and poetic in the way that we're talking about it, but yeah, yeah, I can definitely see. Um, I've definitely lived with a lot of regret, though.
Hmm.
Um, that's something I think that everybody battles with in different ways, um, but pretty universal, I'd say.
Well, that's a pretty general statement. Yes, I think it is part of the human condition to do things wrong and be cognizant of them. Naturally, there's a slice of the population that doesn't exercise in introspection too much, so they have a lesser propensity to be haunted by their own wrongdoings, or just, by
Mm.
things they perceive as incorrect.
I wonder. I wonder statistically how right you are about how uncommon that is, right? Because it's shocking to think that people live without that empathy. I guess is the best way of putting it.
I don't think that's empathy. That's very much it hinges on having internal dialogue, and
Mm.
like any kind of study on the subject is going to be somewhat unreliable simply
Right.
because, the only way to collect data on on internal monologue, excuse me, or internal dialogue, I guess. Wait, now I'm blanking on the exact term. Shit.
I guess introspection.
Internal monologue. So you can't measure internal monologue as a data point without self-report, and self-report is the lowest quality category of data that you can possibly rely on. So
Mm.
that sort of inherently muddies the water here. But I don't know. Maybe someone needs to try to look for an IQ correlation there, and then we sort of have some kind of tangible, a harder proxy for that.
At
But
the very least, the IQ serves as like a control in
yeah,
that circumstance.
yeah. If there's a strong correlation for like people above a 100-point IQ to be prone to have an internal monologue, then that would probably be the cutoff to assume that people below that threshold are unlikely to have internal monologue. But then again, it's probably not a study that's going to be produced anytime soon, given attitudes in current soft sciences, including sociology. For some reason, it's now frowned upon to examine things like that, even though it was very much par for the course in like 2010s.
I see that as valuable as something like the Big Mac index, because if you're trying to measure social like health, well-being in the mindset of your population, like knowing, how many people think about the things that they've done seems, like fairly pertinent information.
It's productive, yes. I think a lot of people are trying to dismiss IQ just because it conflicts whatever previously held convictions or beliefs they have. So that's their way of resolving cognitive dissonance.
Mm.
Um, and I don't think that's particularly healthy. IQ is proven to be a realistic metric. It's, for example, IQ is a very strong predictor for lifetime economic success.
Mm.
If something is a predictor, it's very likely to be a realistic measurement. Therefore, dispensing with it and trying to explain it away by cultural details isn't exactly productive.
I'm thankful that I've not encountered that sort of opposition too much, though I've rarely made arguments for based any major viewpoints on IQ.
I would struggle to. I mean, you'd probably just need to make your opinion or some kind of judgment based on it public enough for dissenting voices to surface themselves.
That's one of the things, right? Is that it people have made it political. I don't know if some things you can say are inherently political, or that some people go out of their way to make things political. But
Well, make them political in what sense? Like informing political stances based on studies or certain findings is not incorrect in and of itself, depending on how much you have to,
well,
twist the facts, so to speak. Like if you're going off of like one paper that shows something that you hypothetically like, then it's very similar to bodybuilding and sports science in that
mm,
sense. Like you'll have, if you're essentially doing the snake oil salesman shtick of just relying on three faulty papers to prove that someone needs to take terkesterone, then yeah, that's probably not great. And then yes, you are making something political inherently. If we continue that to analogize that back to IQ.
mm, well, I guess the example I wanted to point to as something that I could see as being at least uh, made political that didn't need to
Mm.
be, probably be the whole Gamergate controversy. Not necessarily the second one, right? Because I think
I would like to hear how that ties into IQ because I was part of I'm not sure. No, I wouldn't say I was part of Gamergate as it was happening because I wasn't a relevant media figure at the time. I did pay close attention, and I was technically on the losing side of that particular conflict.
see the fact that it's winners and losers to begin with is like a failure as to how everybody perceived that. And I feel personally responsible. This is one of the things I regret in my life. Not
Well,
necessarily ever being involved, but
I think I think the dynamic of winners and losers was introduced by people trying to permeate the hobby who were then found out and decided that, the bridges were already burned and, gaming must fall and its soil must be salted with communism.
mm, mm, um the propensity towards the sensitivity readers and diversity specialists. Yeah, I don't know if we could have seen that, 10 years ago. But
I'll remind you that we already had that 10 years ago.
yeah, but it wasn't so pervasive. They had a place. They probably provided really good input, but they weren't, causing
They weren't
controversy by
activists.
how I'd say it takes somebody with an activist like attitude to do the job well, right? You have to be strong to advocate for something that's you know, quality without being pandering or
I think activism is the exact opposite of that. Activism, at least in the sense that I'm using it right now, implies that you're prioritizing whatever political message you want to insert over the core value of the product that you're working on. Like, I want South Park did very well to parodize it. Essentially, if the priority of my consulting is put a chick in it, make her lame and gay, then that's activism, because we're
yeah.
just not interrelating that with the core source material and has nothing to do with anything that we're doing. Like
And
gay Baker gnomes in the new D&D art have nothing to do with the core source material. It's the current people in charge of D&D wanting to insert that imagery for for the
Well,
purposes of proliferating the message.
in the greater context of the cultural zeitgeist, I agree with you.
Hmm.
Um, in the sense that the D&D audience has definitely become more gay through, Critical Role and, theater groups and just the mainstream appeal. Um, I have been running a D&D game
Hmm.
on my channel, 5th edition. I much prefer different tabletop systems. Certainly, I'd have to say Cyberpunk 2020 is my favorite.
I
I was very
barely see
fortunate
you
to.
online. Are you streaming at graveyard shifts or something? Because I barely see you like maybe once a week.
Yeah, I was burning the candle at both ends, and
Hmm.
I definitely fell off in terms of my frequency. And I would like to get back to a regular schedule, but
Mm. Yeah, because the only times I see you online is when you're doing something with VRC boxing or when you were doing murder mystery stuff.
mm, yeah, I did have a Placid Plastic Duck Simulator. It's a traditionally it's its own game where you just a bunch of plastic ducks fall into a pool, and it's a great like idle game. You leave it on as a wallpaper, or you stream that
Uh-huh.
and just chat with your audience, right?
Mm.
Somebody made it as a VR chat world, so I was
Mm.
able to make a swimsuit model and have a pool day
Okay.
stream for summer. So that was definitely pretty fun.
Yeah, it
Uh,
sounds fun.
yeah, I mean, most people think of VTubing and they get so limited in the sense of like gaming or just browsing the internet or this or that, but especially as 3D models, you watch somebody like Pafu. I think she's amazingly brilliant for doing these tourism streams and these let's go to the amusement park or whatever type streams. But as 3D models, they have to play videos of the places and pretend that they're walking through it. They look at what they need to
Yeah.
mimic a fraction of our power, Kuro.
Exactly, exactly. That is my favorite meme to reference whenever I get into a discussion of 3D versus live 2D.
Yeah, I'm very thoroughly in the 3D camp as well. Don't worry.
Well,
Especially like
listen,
Baki versus Kengan. Kengan all the way. It's so much better in terms of showing the fights,
it
as it were.
it definitely is. You know what? My only complaint about Kengan is that I wished they stuck more closely to Yabako Sensei's source material
The
because
mangaka.
they yes, that is the mangaka behind Kengan Ashura and How Heavy Are the Dumbbells You Lift.
Oh yeah,
And
the school one, and I
yeah,
heard there
they
was
exist
a
in the same world. They are actually part of. They have a lot of interlaced story.
the family, the Kuro family,
Kure.
the Kure family. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I heard they had a character in that show.
They had multiple characters.
Mm.
So because Dumbbells only had a very short serialization, they never got to the OVAs and they never got to like the omake parts of the manga. Uh, Tokita Oma appears in Dumbbells.
Wow.
Yeah, have you watched or read Dumbbells at any length?
Not yet. Definitely
Mm.
not. Um,
It
I
would be hard to explain the connections, but the connections are there. They very consistently exist in the same world.
what's funny is that it was my girlfriend who actually introduced me to Kengan Ashura, and we
Nice.
run VRC boxing league as an anime fan group. Like the
Mm.
second tournament just happened. I did stream that, but I didn't keep the VOD.
Hmm.
Um, a boxer who was like a representative competitor ended up winning, became the president of the association. So now
Mm.
they set precedent and
So
can
it's
do what
a
they like.
similar structure, but it's the athletes themselves as opposed to their patron companies.
Well, that's the great
Yeah.
part is not only can you be a representative competitor as a solo fighter, right?
Hmm.
But we have different VR chat groups that all sponsor either referral competitors or have brought forward their own competitors,
Oh,
right?
that's cool.
So, yeah, I remember a server I formerly ran and then gave ownership to, later changed to a place called Christmas Town, and
Hmm.
that's run by one of my D&D players, Debbie. She ended up picking a good friend of ours, Dominudo, who loved to fight in Kronk avatars from the Emperor's New Groove, and we'd all call him the Hitbox Nightmare because his chest is just so big. You have to punch through his chest, like through his spine, to be able to get a body hit on this guy because his model is so much further out from where his spine is, right? Or where the actual hitbox to hit him is. So, um, in some instances, VRC boxing is just amazingly cool and how close you can get to replicating something. Uh, and in other ways, it's just amazingly stupid.
It's yeah, it sounds kind of jank. I appreciate the spectacle and the effort behind it, but unfortunately, just I may be jaded, but nothing quite approaches the rush of kicking another man in the face for me.
I I I have to agree that anything that isn't full contact, just you know,
Yeah, it's not
it's
quite
it's
there.
like it's like sucrose, like Splenda.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, point karate has its place as a training modality. It's just that you need to remember that you need to introduce the secret sauce occasionally. You need to crunch those ribs a little bit.
Well, definitely in terms of karate, I think that there's more merit there than most people give it credit for. But yeah,
You're
definitely
right,
you've got
but
to.
it depends on the particular school, and I think American karate especially is at fault for landing in the place where it currently landed.
Yeah,
You have just the sheer uncontrolled proliferation of schools with low standards that are basically just glorified daycare has
yeah,
killed off any kind of positive reputation karate has had, and it had a very good reputation, say back in the 80s, when even earlier maybe when Masayama was touring the states, and he has seeded a lot of very strong Kyokushin dojos, specifically Kyokushin and Ashihara karate dojos, and a lot of that legacy is still there, but a lot of it was watered down. For example, the Hawaiian dojo that was run by Bobby Lowe is in an extremely decrepit state, uh,
mm,
and I think it's up to modern practitioners of Kyokushin to show that they are a competitive style compared to things like MMA schools.
I think that the like the Olympics, like combat sports, point sports, and all of those things, they have their place, but like full contact, like blood sports, and it's just it's different. It's certainly different, and I think that you can most certainly bring the skills from some combat sports. Like I when I was really young in high school, I practiced HEMA. I'd go
Hmm.
to the Society for Creative Anachronism. I get my
Hmm.
ass beat in armor. It was a hell of a time, learning how to fence with a longsword and you know figuring out how do I move in and grab a guy's spear so that I can start beating him with my crossguard, or
Hmm.
how do I get around this guy's shield, because the sword and board people were the worst. They were so common. It's such the like normie, like box standard. I'm gonna play Ryu. I'm gonna play Liu Kang. Link is my favorite Zelda character. Like,
Well, listen, Ryu is not as meta, at least in not every Street Fighter game. My understanding is that Ken is the current meta, or rather
mm,
Luke or Ken, depending on, the current patch notes.
I wouldn't know how you know each subsequent or individual release might be, because my own experience with fighting games is unfortunately a little limited.
So this is something that I've gotten from Dante as a comment.
Yeah.
So like in every Street Fighter, either Ken or Ryu will be the meta pick, and it will depend on how the systems of a particular game are set up. If it's a more footsies and fundamentals based Street Fighter, then Ryu is going to be the preferred pick. If it's a more button heavy frame pressure kind of Street Fighter, like the current one is, then it's going to be a Ken dominated Street Fighter.
The campaign and the creative fighter for that game just look really incredible. Some of the clips of silly things I
Yeah.
see online, that's one thing I'm really happy for modern fighting games is that
Mm.
they're really standing out. Like it's easy to shit on the Neversoft or Neversoft. What am I smoking?
Netherrealms?
NetherRealm. Nethersoft was the Tony Hawk people, wasn't it? Anyway, the NetherRealm
I think
games.
so, yeah. Oh, I will shit on the Netherrealm games to sunset and back.
I think that it can be argued like, oh yeah, well you beat the campaign once and the multiplayer is really shallow, but I think that they do so well at
No, I
presenting
maintain
like a
even the campaign is shit after 9.
well, I had not played 10 or 9, but I definitely picked up 11 and for not having the context of how good the glory days might have been,
Do
right?
yourself a favor. Like
Yeah.
let me inoculate you from whatever shit Ed Boon is trying to sell you,
No,
okay?
listen, I haven't completely drank the sauce because I haven't gotten Mortal Kombat 1 yet. No matter how much Dave Batista tried to convince me otherwise,
Everyone hates Mortal Kombat 1 and for good reason.
I that's what I've been seeing.
My problem with the discourse around MK1 is that everyone is just saying the same things that I have been fucking egged for when 10 was coming out. That is my biggest complaint. And that is why I give no quarter to people trying to argue this point now. No, you've made this bed and you will sleep in it. Because I tried raising some red flags here. I said, hey, guys, maybe, if NetherRealm Studio is just firing and replacing their entire team for a new game, that's not great. Maybe if they're outright coming out and saying that, oh, we don't care that the old fans aren't going to like the new design direction, we're still going with it. Maybe you should stop giving these people money. And now everybody is Pikachu faced over these exact problems just metastasizing in what is MK1. I'm sorry, but the Warner Brothers hand has been up Ed Boon's ass very deep after, by the way, the Gamergate adjacent scandal that erupted after MK9.
That's one part of the original Gamergate scandal that I definitely do not remember after 10
It was
years.
it didn't have a direct relation with Gamergate, but the complaints around MK9 were along the lines of it was when they were just coming out with the handbook of how to attack contemporary media. Like it was they were just developing the base criticisms of, oh, it objectifies women and whatnot. So your best Mortal Kombat experience on modernish systems is going to be playing the 3D games, and hardcore Mortal Kombat fanboys will screech at me, but I maintain that the 3D games, like full 3D with lateral movement, I mean, while broken to hell and back, were still very fun and very content rich. So
I definitely
I'm
loved the Midway games growing up,
yeah, and these would be, well, I mean, NetherRealm Studio is basically midway.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
was at the very least up to a
they
certain
fell
point.
apart, and whoever was left of the Mortal Kombat team and some of those
Well,
people
I
who
mean,
were,
Ed Boon is still technically in charge of the project,
yeah, yeah.
with some corporate overreach happening there.
Well, I think that the Warner Brothers thing is a huge factor because I mean
Well,
in theory, Liu Kang and the story of the Earth Realm, is as American as Superman and Batman, right? Like they've even gone out, fighting each other every once in a while, at least
yeah,
once.
yeah. I really like the crossover, by the way. People deride it, and there
Yeah.
were some very obvious, age limitations that were imposed by the fact that, there was Superman and whatnot. It was clunky, but it was fun to play with.
For,
But so your best experience of just understanding what was core Mortal Kombat without going for something that looks jank and unplayable now, I think, is Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance,
mm-hmm.
Mortal Kombat Deception,
Okay.
MK Shaolin Monks, not a fighting
Yes,
game at all.
I played that as a kid, so I don't worry. I had
Shaolin
a
Monks
PS2.
is Kino, just
Very
peak
much
Mortal
so. I
Kombat.
agree.
Yeah,
Peak more. Agreed. Agreed.
yeah.
Okay.
They're
Okay. Oh,
teasing Shaolin Monks 2. It's not going to be the same. It is going to be shit. I'm calling it right now.
it's gonna be the Marvel game or Suicide Squad. You know what I mean? You're gonna have to pay to level up Liu Kang and Kung Lao separately, and they're gonna release a gotcha system where you can unlock Sonya and Kano and Raiden, and
I'm so happy Rocksteady is dead.
uh,
Hopefully a better studio will figure this one out. But and on top of that, you need to play MK9, and you're going to struggle looking for MK9. You can't buy a digital copy of it.
huh.
You can only buy a physical disc off of eBay.
If I was a company like Warner Brothers, or uh, you know, NetherRealm, I would want
Hmm.
my games to be easily accessible for purchase.
Yes. Well, the
Um,
thing is, I think so. The thing that I was alluding to previously, I think the team at NetherRealm Studios at the time was mostly let off the leash to do as they please with MK9, and that is why it turned out to be such a fantastic game. It was just a generation-defining game, basically, because it was, the first. Was it the first? I forget. I'm not sure if it predates Tekken 6 or it came out after it, but like it was a very big fixture at the very least in like the English language speaking fighting scene.
yeah.
And like I remember the day it came out. I bought a copy. I lived in a small town and I went to university in like a larger city that I had to commute to once a week. So and my childhood friend, we were big Mortal Kombat heads at the time.
Right.
So I bought 2 cases of Coke mini cans, like the small airline size ones.
Yeah. 12 ounce or whatever.
And yeah. And I had a fresh copy of an Xbox 360 version of the game. And we
Mm.
sat down at like 8 p.m. because I need to get off the train, I need to get home. So we sat down at 8 p.m. and we stopped playing at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
We were just so lost in the
Oh,
sauce,
I
and it was so fucking cool.
I have
But then you
too many
had
good memories
people,
like that.
yeah, exactly. And then you suddenly started hearing that small, very vocal, screeching minority complaining about, oh, but why are the women so scantily clad? Bitch, because it's cool. Oh, why is it so violent? Or actually, the why is it so violent wasn't even such a prominent complaint, but they were complaining about the way the female characters look like. Oh, why do they have big boobs?
Mm.
And
Yeah.
that was like the level of argument, and I at the time did not know that that is basically the Marxist approach to critiquing media, but they were explaining, oh, but this is the male gaze, this like appeals to fucking Coomer brained basement dwelling losers.
Mm.
And at the time, people were just not inoculated to this line of interpretation, and
For the
the
most part,
median
they still aren't.
I think the median consumer is mostly keen to their shit now. Like for example, the people trying to launch a too white boycott of Genshin Impact are not going to get too far with it just because the gacha addicts are on the side of
Yeah.
MiHoYo too firmly to be moved, and the normies have are now tired of insufferable blue-haired activists to the extent that they no longer humor them. But at
Mm.
the time, it was not the case. Normies didn't participate, they didn't pay attention, and unfortunately, Warner Bros. Decided to listen to that small minority of people who weren't playing the game in the first place, and shocker, didn't start playing it after the changes were made. And I think that synthetic, mostly fabricated outcry, and mind you, game journalists very much facilitated the fabrication of it.
Oh, I'm well aware.
Yeah, it reached Warner Bros. As a talking point, was likely mentioned in a report somewhere, at which point the suits at Warner Brothers Gaming said, Ed, you did a bad. We will now be directly controlling your creative process. Get a better
Well,
team, get more creative people, and
yeah,
never
I
do this
mean,
again.
the consequence of being, purchased by Warner Brothers is just as I said, Mortal Kombat is now as American as Superman. that's the reaching implication of it, is that Mortal Kombat has to meet the standard that little Timmy, barely 13 years old, so doesn't register on most TOSs for like internet stuff, still needs to be able to pick up a copy of Mortal Kombat and not accidentally have his sexual awakening from,
Okay, but it's
Katana.
it's fine if he has his fucking cat skinner awakening
I don't know.
because the games are still as bloody as gruesome as they were. If anything, they're somewhat pointlessly gruesome sometimes just because the fatalities are over designed and not exactly imaginative. But
Mm.
MK9 happened after the MK team was and the license was, or rather, the IP was bought by Warner Brothers. It was released under the Warner Brother umbrella, but at the time, I think
Yeah, I
Ed Boon
mean, it
had a
was,
talking to.
yeah. I see how it the story goes that, hey, you did a really good job on the last one. We're going to trust you to do your own thing. And then the thing came out and Warner Brothers, steps in. I definitely see that.
I
Uh,
think there was also some, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics, and I think someone pulled the statistics there because they're pointing to the fact that MKX outsold MK9, forgetting to mention the fact that MKX was the first MK to be widely available as a software purchase.
yeah, that
Up to that
changes
point, you
things
had
dramatically.
exactly,
Not only
exactly.
that, but I mean, if I take any game series,
Yeah,
I think that Skyrim most certainly has sold better than Oblivion, right?
yeah. Because you no longer need to go out and buy the jewel case. You just download it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Todd the Liar did put in honest good work to sell us on Skyrim 5 separate times, so we can't actually discount him. Had nothing to do with the game proper, mind you,
It
but he did pull a lot of weight for that.
he we Skyrim is maybe a really bad example for its constant, trotting back out despite having, that horse has been dead long ago.
Listen, it at the very least it pushed the modding scene very much forward. I mean, the modding scene for Oblivion was impressive,
Mm.
but Skyrim was just such a vast empty sandbox that it gave a lot of people a canvas to work with. So you have people building games upon games inside of the Skyrim infrastructure. It's not optimal. It weighs like a AAA game, but
In
you have mod packs that redesign Skyrim into a real RPG.
in my time working in tabletop, I definitely have to say that that is a big consideration. Like, have I over designed the adventure or the mechanics so that there is no fun to be had at the table, right?
Mm.
Like, did I make the map a little too clear? Like, are they just going to rip it right out of the book? Or are they going to go through the effort of recreating it and making their own changes? Or, um, I think that that's as good as that is for the modders, that really was not to the benefit of Skyrim itself.
Oh, definitely not. Again, I'm gonna quote Razor Fist here directly just because he hit it dead on the head.
Mm.
Skyrim is not a bad game yet. Like, it lost a lot of very important key elements of the Elder Scrolls franchise, and it was largely to blame for how Elder Scrolls Online turned out. But like, is Skyrim still fun to play, or at the very least was it at the time? Yeah, sure. I have hundreds of hours sunk into it with a fucking stealth archer build. And again, the mods pristine, fantastic. I've attempted playing some more elaborate mod packs that weigh like in excess of 100 gigabytes. Very fun.
Oh,
Much enjoyment to be had. And it's cool that you have people working on it and they have the opportunity to create their portfolios and whatnot. And, basically, uh, you know, Todd didn't quite lie when he said that we're going to have like thousands of handcrafted dungeons. He didn't mention who's going to be handcrafting them.
that
So not entirely incorrect.
yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah, it is a more shallow Elder Scrolls game for sure. And that sort of comes with the vein of games at the time trying to appeal to the illusory wider audience.
Well, the I think that specifically Elder Scrolls, is such a crazy example because I understand the Morrowind fans who felt
Mm.
cheated by Oblivion and some of the ways that it dumbed things down, but there were a lot of things in Oblivion that um they definitely were not conducive to little Timmy as an example, or say even young me. Um the weapon durability and stuff like that, and the armor always breaking was definitely something that was a pain in my ass because as a younger, you just want to beat the shit out of everything, right? Not really being enlightened to the fact that playing Harry Potter is actually the way to go.
I disagree with that to a certain extent. I think little Timmy needs to be allowed to encounter things he doesn't quite understand, and that would require him to analyze a little bit more closely what he's trying to do.
Yeah, I see
Like, I
the
don't want to
yeah.
insult the intelligence of people, even young people. Like, I was a little snotty-nosed kid playing video games, and I didn't quite grasp the subtlety of some of the things I was playing. Like, I could figure out Postal fine, probably
Well,
before it was age appropriate for me too.
I think the issue with Oblivion is that it wasn't handcrafted, so the scaling was bad. Everybody talks
Hmm.
about the leveling problem. There's just a that particular game. Like there's a lot of,
I think what a lot of people are complaining about is the game allowing them to fail through soft lock, and I maintain that an RPG should allow you to do that. Like if you have a shit build, you should be allowed to
yeah.
fail. This is the point of an RPG. The RPG elements aren't there as just fluff of line go up, level go bigger. If you actually shit up your build, you shouldn't be able to play. You shouldn't be able to beat a level boss. Well, for example, that's the case for Neverwinter Nights. If you
Yeah.
screw up your character build, you're just not going
Well,
to be able to beat the campaign.
I wouldn't even say that's a consequence of Neverwinter Nights per se. That's a consequence of Dungeons and Dragons 3.5, which BioWare
Hmm.
just lovingly adapted as like a system rather than a game.
Well, that's the point. That's the point of Neverwinter Nights. The point of Neverwinter Nights is to be a game master for D&D.
Yeah.
It set out to do a thing, which is to be a PC engine for D&D rules, and it sets the stage, it abides by the rules, it does your dice rolls for you, and it fucks right off with everything else. It doesn't hold your hand, it doesn't,
Yeah.
curve the difficulty, it doesn't over explain stuff, and also doesn't make you fuck bears just to keep, the the deviant audience
Oh
engaged long
no.
enough to buy the game.
You know,
It doesn't have to pander to you with the option to have vitiligo, but no option to have bigger boobs on a
my
character.
girlfriend really likes the gay vampire, Kuro. I don't know.
He's built to be liked.
Yeah, no, he won a lot of awards.
Sure. See, I don't dislike Baldur's Gate. I resent that it could have been a better game.
I
I
played
understand
the
it's made by Swedes.
yeah.
Europeans are they're just inherently perverts. They have that extremely gross horniness to them culturally.
Yeah.
I can't explain it. It used to be more prominent previously. Like 15 years ago, you'd go to Spain and you could just buy postcards in a souvenir shop with just borderline porn on it, and just European things.
No, they're strange.
Yeah, yeah,
Every one
they're
of them in their own unique way.
exactly. And Baldur's Gate 3 is just that cranked up to 11. They've doubled down on that gross European brand on of down bad,
Mm.
and it stands out like a sore thumb because it's tacked on and quite inorganic in a lot of the times. Like I understand why they put the bear sex scene front and center for their presentation, because they wanted to pander to a new audience
That
on top of the one that was already bought in for the D&D alone.
you know, BioWare wanted you to ride the bull so that Larian Studios could convince you to ride the bear. Like they walked so that Larian could
I
run. Because
hate it so much.
definitely with Dragon Age, like that was a slow degradation of something good, which was unfortunate.
See, Dragon Age, first of all, was never D&D. Dragon Age was its own standalone
Yeah,
story.
yeah, yeah.
And it was, it was edgy in the standard of 2010s, where the generation of millennials and Gen Xers who grew up playing games were sort of ready for games to grow up with them a little bit, have those raunchier themes, as long as you keep them to an understood minimum. Like, don't suffuse my game with nothing but slinging sausage. Like KOTOR games have romances, but it doesn't allow you to become the Galaxy Bicycle. And I think that's just very much in contrast to Baldur's Gate 3. For example, Neverwinter Nights. One of the core possible stories is like your I'm hopefully not spoiling a nearly 30-year-old game for you.
Which
But
you're talking about KOTOR in this instance?
no, Neverwinter Nights. Neverwinter
No,
Nights.
no. I'm quite familiar with the first one. I don't
Yeah.
remember if I played the second one.
Second one was I'd want to play it, but it's for some reason so murderously glitchy on modern systems it's just not worth even bothering. Although I do like that it's, it has a wider variety of races, it has like
Yeah.
meta races and whatnot.
I mean, it's using the better rule book in theory. Like 3.5 was like leaps and bounds over 3 for the time,
Yeah.
at least.
Yeah, I
until-
mean, it still was developing, but that's not my point. So if
Yeah,
you
yeah.
recall, if you play your cards right and your dialogue options correctly over the course of the entire campaign, you can have a romance route with Lady Arabeth.
Yeah.
Granted, it's going to be an unconsummated romance within the bounds of the first game, just for obvious limitations. She's in prison for treason, for high treason.
Yeah.
And it's still nuanced. There's some character growth in it, and there's very important build up and certain key things that you need to follow within the gameplay to achieve that ending.
Right.
Or, for example, in Shadows of Hordes of the Underdark, there is a romance plot with Arabeth's ghost, which is part RNG, and part also certain decisions and certain skill checks. So it's kind of hard to get to it, and it is a romance, not a porn film.
Yeah.
Now, contrast that with Baldur's Gate 3, where I complete my first major quest, and so essentially it happens over the course of a day in universe, and I have 3 different NPCs propositioning gay sex to me.
Yeah.
What did Larian mean by this?
Here's my my counter to that. BioWare, the exact same studio that did Neverwinter Night, is the one that set this precedent with Mass Effect, because they were all over Fox News. Oh my God, you can have sex with an alien. And, they made it a little simpler to have romance in, Mass Effect, in the sense that the clear path to romance was much more like signposted, right? Like, you have your dialogue wheel, so there's only, 2 directions, 4 maybe if you're lucky, you can go in at any given time, and 2 of them are just more context, right? But that was a title shift in video games in terms of like, oh, we can have sex too, and we won't get AO, right? Like we can do Hollywood tasteful sex scenes. But wasn't KOTOR before Mass Effect? Yes, and you could romance in that one too, but I don't think there were like as explicit sex scenes.
I don't think there were explicit sex scenes. I think so. Here's the thing. I think Mass Effect, especially Mass Effect 1, did the adventurous sex things still were kind of derivative of old school Star Trek, basically. Just more overt.
It served the greater idea of being a space opera rather than being, you've started the game day one. Hi, have sex, right? Like we know you're a dirty coomer, and this is the one reason you bought this game, so we're not going to keep it from you. Go hog wild, right?
By the way, listen to that argument. In Neverwinter Nights, you could also, do the no pants dance on day 1, but you just have to go to the brothel for that.
That was in the pirate district?
No, it was in the core district. The brothel is just right by the Temple of Tyr.
Oh, but next to the Temple of Tyr in like the center of
Mm-hmm.
town, not any of the four.
Yep. Nope.
What?
Nope. The brothel is right there.
Oh, well, no wonder I missed it every time. I was too busy not being a gooner.
Exactly. I don't think there's any benefit to doing that. I think you get like a slight XP boost, not XP boost. You get some XP points from patronizing the establishment.
Well, yeah, okay. So there's at least some mechanical benefit. Um, but in theory, if
Very
you were
slight.
just looking to get a free easy XP boost, it'd be right out after. But they knew what they were doing.
Yeah, they knew what they were. Listen, that is good writing in the sense of D&D. Like you as a character, like you as a participating character of the story have the agency to either ignore the brothel entirely, look for a side quest, or just be a dirty down bad gooner and just fuck all of the courtesans. And I forget what you even get for that. I think like you get some sort of title or something like it. Nothing that really has any kind of bearing on the larger story. Like you have that as an extracurricular if you are tintillated by the concept of fraternizing with daywalkers.
Oh no. Uh, yeah.
But it's good when it's an option, not when
Yeah,
it's like, like
Cyberpunk did that well, right? Like you could go to Jig Jig Street and pick up a Joy
mhm.
Toy, right?
Well, there you go. Yeah. If it's an option as opposed to just an obligatory bottleneck that you go through. Or for example, coming back to Baldur's Gate 3, just on top of the general grossness of some of the things that happen there, like, when you walk in on a troll and an orc doing something in a barn. I thankfully missed that entirely in my run, by the way. But for context, I started with Gale as my secondary utility mage, and like the character shift from him sharing stories about how he fucked the goddess of magic as a side piece to then starting to put moves onto my male tiefling character. For that, I I consigned him to the goon cave of the camp and never had him as an active character after that.
Oh,
Despite that,
wizards are so powerful, though.
I mean, listen, I was already playing
You were
I
a
wasn't
wizard
playing
already,
wizard.
so you had it
I'm a
covered.
sorcerer. I was a sorcerer.
Yeah,
I was
same
a
same
sorcerer.
toolkit essentially. So you were good.
Well, similar. My range was a little bit more focused, but my damage scaled off of my immaculate riz, so I was anywhere
we
more
love
effective
those.
than he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the point is, despite being secluded to the camp and not interacting with my character at all after that, he still just suddenly pops up with a story dialogue and basically just offers me a magical glizzy. And like, what the fuck, game?
Well, that's it's like I said, they weren't waiting to give it to everybody. Now I know there was some controversy over there even being a mod to alleviate your concerns, which I think is a
Yeah,
little silly.
there was a mod and it was promptly banned from the Nexus because
It was
Nexus
banned.
is it was banned. Yeah.
Wow.
There was a number of mods that was banned from the Nexus. You would think that, the sanctity of my own computer would be similar to the sanctity of the bedroom and what goes on there is nobody's business. For some reason, Nexus took it upon themselves to ban certain mods that offended their moderator team's sensibilities.
Well, I I have to agree in the principle that I should be able to do what I want with my games, but I
Yeah.
see why the activists and people who wanted to push this are saying, "Hey, you know, you should have to go through what it's like to be propositioned so that
Yeah,
you."
it's a humiliation ritual. Like you
No,
have
I
to
wouldn't say
engage
it's
with the
necessarily
decrepit state of media.
humiliation. I don't know. Here's my look at it is that
Mhm.
they want you to be prepared for what that might be like in real life so that,
I don't think it's that deep. I don't think it's that
I
deep.
don't
It's
know.
it's uniquely a power play. Oh, you don't agree with our politics and you want to remove them from your game? Well, guess what? You can't.
Okay, I agree that it's a power play, but I think that the charitable interpretation that I gave is what they're telling themselves, is that we are going to inoculate everybody who's not comfortable with this to at
I
least
doubt that. No, no, I think you're overthinking it. You're
my problem is I'm
injecting
ascribing principles where none exist, right?
exactly. You are doing exactly that. I think the thought process there is my political bias, therefore good, and if you disagree, you are bigot, therefore bad.
I
It's it's
yeah,
the same people who, like, for example, every time my name is brought up in the thread,
right.
they're I have at least two dedicated schizos following me. One
Mm.
claiming that I am a rabid right winger, and the other one claiming that I am not right wing enough. And this may come off cruel to some, but I think both parties should die.
You got an angel and a devil on your shoulder, Kura. Who you gonna listen
No,
to?
I have a functional retard and a blithering chud
It's the red
following me.
pill or the blue pill.
I have a retard and a blithering midwit following me.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's too humorous not to have a some giggle. Hopefully not at your expense, but just like,
No, no,
the
listen, it's
the
fine. Like
absurdity of the circumstances.
the
You
only
know,
bet is if I make both sides of that particular conversation angry, I maintain that I'm doing everything right.
that's the heart of compromise. Is that
Yes,
both parties should walk away feeling a little cheated.
yes, exactly. If both flavors of blithering retard are upset with me, I have to be in the right.
Mm. Mm. Yeah. Yeah, I mean they set such good examples for their points by acting out so harshly, am I
Yeah,
right?
exactly. The ideal scenario is for them to just fight each other and, just essentially just liquidate me from that exchange.
Did you know that I had a stalker in the thread?
Just one?
I mean, well, I've had schizos, but I'm talking about like, it's weird to say that somebody stalking you in a video game or in VR chat
Mm,
is could be, amount to, actual stalking. But yes, people, so I believe one poster, because we did a little bit of research. One person
mm,
was intentionally trying to find me in public VR chat lobbies and taking
okay.
screenshots of me while I was AFK and then posting them to the thread.
Oh.
We think that that same person later coerced recordings out of the person hosting the instance to later put up videos that have since been removed. Funny enough,
Mm-hmm.
not on any like harassment reports or anything like that, but because of the legality of VR chat, the person who ran the instance did make their own model from scratch, thus owned the intellectual property, thus the video was using that VR
Ah.
chat user's intellectual property without the right, so the video was taken down.
Wait. Wait. Okay. Wait. So the IP extended only to a specific user's model that was in shot?
Yeah.
Or was it the model as in like the actual environment?
No, I'm sure Owlboy, the world creator, would have agreed to a DMC takedown in these circumstances because world
Uh-huh.
creators do have the authority if you're filming in their environments to do that as well. But this was
Mm-hmm.
just from the avatar creator, from their avatar
Interesting.
being in the shot.
Huh. You'd think that that would fall under like public spaces recording rights, like
No, but
single party consent laws.
well, yeah, I mean, in terms of like if you actually took it to court, but take it to YouTube as a
Yeah.
DMCA claim and it's done so, right?
Huh.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting.
Because they're not gonna, wait for all the legality of that. YouTube is you got a DMCA request. This vaguely
Mm.
checks out. Bam.
Interesting. Interesting. That exposes me to some very bad prospects in the future potentially. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, I encourage everybody listening, including you and myself, not to be a shitty person in the future to require that being
I
necessary,
mean,
right? But
I
also,
would hope that the company I keep is above shenanigans like
exactly,
that.
exactly. Uh, I'm gonna finish my point and then continue
Hmm.
on that one you just made.
Yeah, feel free.
Um, I forgot the point, so I'm just gonna continue on the one you just
You
made.
had you had a stalker.
Oh, the stalker. The videos were taken down. DMCA was done. Okay, actually, the point I was gonna make. So my model. This is
Hmm.
this is Minasai, made by Mio 30 on Booth, right? And most
Hmm.
of these standard Booth models, they have the Booth license. And one
Yeah.
of the interesting clauses in that license I tend to find is that I am prohibited not only from religious expression. So, say I wanted to change out this dog tag here, which came default with the
Yeah.
model for, I don't know, a cross,
Uh-huh.
maybe a Star of David. I don't know what the Muslim one is, but in
It's
theory,
a crescent with a star.
that's a Yes, you're right. The moon. That's a violation of the license. I don't think that the license holder would take action, but then take it to the next degree. Let's say I decide to attend a VR church, as there are plenty of Protestant congregations that do in fact meet in VR chat, right?
Mm.
Um, Now, if I just went, it's basically unenforceable. How's the copyright holder supposed to know that I was in a church? But say that broadcast was televised. Okay, so what
Yeah.
if I'm a member in the audience? I don't think that they care to go after that, right? But what happens when I start preaching? Oh
Oh,
no,
definitely.
exactly. Because with Booth, the Japanese creators, no, that's a big no, right? They really don't like
Well, you
cults in
would
Japan,
you would
and
essentially be pulling a softer version of what Fillion did when she commoditized the model that was never hers.
that that would be disastrous. I find it so laughable that
Yeah.
an indie of that size, that magnitude, who frequently number ones the charts for indies, right, would lack the foresight to understand the license under which the model she
I
uses.
I don't think she lacked the foresight. I think she genuinely does not care. She thinks that she's enough of a big swinging dick to not encounter any consequences. And to her credit, she seems to be correct because nothing
Well,
came of it.
I do know that the she eventually got into negotiations with the license holder, and I know for a fact that anybody in that circumstance would rather negotiate than go to court, right? Especially
Naturally.
international court. That's going to be so
Well,
messy.
most people would. There's two models that were in conflict. There was I think both of them were from Japanese artists, but so
Mm.
essentially one of them said that he just wanted the specific item discontinued that made reference. So he wanted all activities discontinued, which is like a good start, but still, eh. And I'm not sure what happened with the owner of her like primary model, that was supposed to be a good smile figure.
I forget
Being
who made
I forget the names of them, but kind of irrelevant. I know that one
yeah.
artist just said, "Don't do it again," and stopped producing stuff with it. And the second one, I don't remember. I know the smart decision in this situation would be to just commission a bespoke model.
Yeah, I mean, she's certainly got the money. I mean,
She could have done that years ago,
yeah,
maintaining
really.
the same, general visual elements that make callbacks to her older model. But, if it's along the same themes but made from scratch, it's legally distinct.
I think one of the big reasons has to be that because Rindo is such
Hmm.
an amazingly popular, like probably was the most popular female base at the time in VR chat, that it just served as a form of free advertising, that every time you look at a woman's face you see Fillion.
Hmm.
I mean, think
I
about
mean,
that. That can be more than 50% of the population in some circumstances.
that could be a component of it. But see, if being the spiteful and litigious bastard that I am, I would have definitely sued for royalties. I
Mm.
would have gone scorched earth.
Yeah. I if this was Nintendo, oh,
Hmm.
you best believe that they wouldn't have just gone scorched earth, but they would have sent the Pinkertons, quote unquote, their PIs, right, to go kick down her door.
Do Nintendo have their own Pinkertons?
They've sent PIs to people's houses over fan games and stuff like that. So it's not fair to say that Nintendo has hired the Yakuza or the mob to come after people, because a PI knocking on your door and informing you that you're being litigated against, or a lawyer or something, like, it's not the same as Kiryu kicking down your door and, like, downing an energy drink and beating your ass while he's on fire and screaming.
I don't know if those are materially different because, at least in Texas, in both cases, I can shoot to kill.
No, well, okay, but the PI, okay, I joke when I say the PI is kicking down your door in the same way that a leftist would say that, like, the jackboots are coming to take our gay rights, right?
Listen,
Like,
the PI can fuck right off the moment he steps foot near my door. He's technically within proximity of my private property, and if he doesn't leave, I can use force to remove him.
well, yes. I mean, like, I really doubt that the PI would not comply with a lawful order to vacate a premises they're trespassing on, right?
I would hope so, because
well,
jacketed hollow point ammo is expensive.
I'm glad you're inoculated to any bullshit. Unfortunately, most dweeby, internet tech people are not as knowledgeable in the law or how private security or certain other licensed professions operate, right?
Most of them are just conflict averse and generally not comfortable at the prospect of violence.
But it's amazing what you can get away with by just projecting authority.
Yeah, that is very true. I mean, the actual Pinkertons have done that recently when there was this whole Magic the Gathering debacle when someone bought a pre-release pack and the wholesaler sent them the wrong pack. They sent them a pack that's not supposed to be available to the public, and they sent the actual Pinkertons to collect.
Wow. What a shitty move by Wizards of the Coast.
I mean, yeah, Wizards of the Coast are generally just a shit-flinging company at this point. I don't see myself ever giving them money. But then again, I do by buying Baldur's Gate by proxy. Never mind, regardless. But the point stands. Yeah, because he was just, an MTG deck review nerd. He didn't really have anything approaching teeth in this kind of situation. It's just interesting that they never reached out to him to say, "Hey, guy, so there's been a mix-up. That's not your fault. Can you please send these back?" No, they just went straight for the Pinkertons.
Yeah, no, I mean, the lapse in judgment.
Yeah, that's definitely lapse in judgment. And again, it depends on the state you do that with. Like, you roll up to my door saying that I got some Pokemon cards I wasn't supposed to have. Good luck enforcing that, because I will tell you to have a big old smile and a whole big old cup of shut the fuck up.
Across the Gulf Coast is la misma.
Hmm?
It's the same. It's the same across the Gulf Coast. I love living in a
okay.
tropical paradise.
Nice.
Hmm.
You know what? Interestingly enough, California has very strong castle doctrine.
Yeah, given the totality of the circumstances concerning the rest of their law, it's nice that they aren't, I think it's Illinois and New York and some of these other places where New Jersey, I think, is the big one where you have a duty to retreat.
Yeah, that's mind-blowing for me.
Yeah, let me just vacate my own premises because somebody decided to break in. In Crazy Town? Hello? Cuckoo.
It's very. I would go as far as to say that that's a very anti-human sentiment, especially when you put it into law, and very much a pro-criminal sentiment. Like, your default behavior should be to surrender and run. Like, surrender your belongings and run. What? What the fuck?
But insurance will cover it.
No, it won't.
That's the great part, is I hate that. I hate every time somebody's like, "Oh, but there's insurance for that."
Mm-hmm. How's that working out for Walgreens in California? Oh, yeah. Right, they're shuttering stores everywhere.
Yeah.
That's definitely one of the top 3 brainlet arguments of insurance will cover it. There's a funny thing going on, and because I consume gun and self-defense related content, I sometimes get ads for Byrna. Byrna is basically a glorified paintball gun.
Is that with pepper spray, right?
No, it's not pepper spray. It's a gun that fires 43 caliber balls.
Right.
And those balls can be pepper balls. Basically, it is like the foundational mechanisms of it's based on a paintball gun.
Right.
It's based on a paintball marker. Specifically, the earliest ones I think that came in that particular size were Umorix paintball guns that they've made as Glock replicas. That's their T4E series. And like they were never suitable for self-defense, but just, one of the possible uses was to launch pepper balls.
Yeah.
And so Byrne essentially streamlined the design, made it out of shittier plastic, added a manual safety. Well, for sure, that's definitely something you want to fiddle with, and made it just larger and unrulier. And they're now marketing it as a non-lethal self-defense as opposed to less than lethal, because, less than lethal is an actual class of ammunition that just has a steel core projectile in a rubberized cover as opposed to, penetrating slugs.
I mean, I think they're running some risk by, and I think you'd have to have in exceedingly rare circumstances for somebody to have, and a lawyer to have claimed that somebody has died of CS gas, or that the paintball somehow tragically did something to kill somebody. Like it would have to, it would have to be a lottery winning chance, right? That's why I would have gone with less than lethal in terms of classifying that ammo. But if they want to claim to market it's non-lethal, then I invite them to fight back any.
In terms of its uses, it's non-lethal. It's very hard to do any kind of damage to the human frame with it, as has been proven with ballistic dummies, if nothing else. Like you definitely have to be out of the circumstance of danger to inflict any kind of serious harm with that thing. But my big criticism of it is that attempting to use that in a self-defense situation is likely to get you hurt even more.
Yeah, because they're going to think you're pulling a gun on you, and you're not going to have the means to fight back against that because you're armed with what's essentially
you're going to provoke a response as if someone is responding to a firearm, especially since not all of them are bright orange Nerf colored. Some of them are black. That's definitely getting someone to counter draw on you. But in a supposed situation where lethal force would have been, valid, or just in any kind of use of force scenario, you're expecting to be the defending party. If there's a gun present, they would have likely produced it before that. But yes, you're inviting a more aggressive response because you are introducing something that looks like a gun. That's step one. Step two, it lacks the stopping power to deter any kind of physically firm assailant. So the kinetic projectiles do not have the stopping power because, stopping power in and of itself is a non sequitur because
it's a paintball.
Well, even if you're shooting things like rubberized balls or like heavy steel core balls, it's still not a lot because it's like a CO2 gas gun. Yeah. So, like,
imagine how slow that if you use a steel projectile, imagine how slow that must fly through the air compared to like any other standard BB gun or pellet gun, right?
Yeah, exactly. They're rather small. Like, yes, they hurt, they'll bruise you, but they'll just hurt you essentially. And a pain response isn't how you get compliance or a stopping effect from a threat in a high pressure situation. Because guns work well, not because they hurt, but because they destroy your internal organs and cause rapid loss of blood, and therefore, the threat stops because the heart is no longer undulating.
Yeah.
And if you introduce pepper balls to the mix, that's even worse, because if you pepper spray me, I will be uncomfortable, but I will be so much more motivated to fucking kill you.
Yeah, that's one of my other criticisms for calling this a non-lethal weapon, because it invites lethality on the person using it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, my general resume after reviewing it is it's a great way to get your ass beat or get raped even harder. Is like the sole use of it, especially if you're dealing with someone who's on drugs, who will be, with a high likelihood, you're likely dealing with someone who's high on coke, crack cocaine, or meth.
The only thing scarier than somebody who's high is somebody who's jonesing, because chemical dependence does terrible things to the body and mind.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there are many cases of those people not responding to tasers, and a taser is more of a physiological stopping force than just a simple pain response, because it's shorting out parts of their nervous system if applied correctly. But usually they are so tripped out of their minds that they have the instinctive response to remove the electrodes.
Well, I'd imagine, uh, if it's not hitting the nervous system, so it's not impeding your ability to, adrenaline is a hell of a thing, and you will activate it
True.
faster by shocking somebody than by, using some other method to detain them.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Even not even to detain them, to deter them even. Like
Yeah.
a taser is a bad choice as a deterrent against crime, in
That's
my
one of the
opinion.
reasons I didn't even say deter is because I could not conceive of a situation where you would want to use this as a deterrent as opposed to other
Yeah.
options. I could only see
Yeah.
this being used in a situation to detain somebody that it could possibly work on.
Tasers only serve to enforce compliance,
Yeah.
nothing more. They don't produce a stopping effect. Therefore,
Yeah.
that's why the use of force continuum is such as if you perceive danger as a law enforcement officer, you're not going for your taser to de-escalate. No, you're drawing your Glock and then you're mag dumping center mass. You only use a taser to make it easier to cuff them.
Going back to the pepper ball gun, I
Yeah.
I find that incredibly silly as a concept, not only for all of the reasons you described, but also, um, in a courtroom, a bunch of people are going to look at you, and in one reality, you have a can of CS gas in a traditional
Mm-hmm.
setup. Maybe you have one of those little spray gun attachments, but it looks
Mm-hmm.
like basically, a Windex bottle, but red, right?
Yeah.
And that looks very like I'm trying to defend myself. And in the other
Yep.
reality, you had what is effectively a gun in front of everybody, so that
Yep.
the prosecution or the defense, whatever side of this circumstance that you're on, can then use that in court to, roast the ever living fuck out of you.
Yeah, you assume all of the liability of actually pulling a gun with none of the effectiveness. And
Yeah.
I would rather have to deal with a justifiable homicide than having to talk my way out of that. Because
Yeah.
the only way I could again produce any kind of effect is if I'm standing over the guy and just firing multiple shots into his eyeball,
Yeah.
which is generally not a situation you want to be in and looks very bad on paper and in court.
I'd rather take a baton.
Yeah. I mean, I have a telescopic baton. It's not much use. I'd rather just low kick someone across the knee, but that's just me.
That's the thing, is that if you're effectively trained in martial arts or combat, or like without having to reach for the tools, it's always so much
It's
more useful.
it's convenient, but then again, like my force use of force continuum is I perceive danger, I draw you down.
Mm.
Like I'm not playing games with that shit. Like I know I have people who depend on me for their livelihoods. Like I am past the age where I recover quickly and I'm predisposed to gambling with my health and life. Like if
Right.
I perceive a legitimate threat to my life or, to my capacity to earn a living, nah, I'm placing 5 shots around the heart.
Y- you know, I've had two circumstances of the city I'm living in where people have tried to break into my cars, and I swear the third one, it I might just be a similar situation. you
Mm.
know I mean, when I'm in it, just for context, like, not only are you going
Oh,
to try and break into my car, but you're going to prevent me from getting in it, or you're going to terrorize me around my conveyance. Like, that's the
yeah.
same as a resident, so I don't know what game you
Yeah.
think you're playing.
Yeah, legally it's that. It's like I had that conversation with Digby once. Like we were discussing like schizos tracking someone down or finding out like the city they live in, and I'm like, I think finding me for is the worst decision a schizo can make because finding me implies them going to a castle doctrine, no duty to retreat state. Good luck with
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
But yeah, my other complaint about the pepper ball specifically is that a lot of self-defense shootings, and like for example, this is marketed very heavily to women because women are for some reason squeamish around carrying a firearm. Like the meme of women will do all that shit rather than buy a gun and carry it is very real. So
Mm.
they market these pepper ball guns to women disproportionately. And I think that is asinine because, well, most likely a physical assault in a high risk area like a large city is going to be at a very close proximity, likely with the intention of either aggravated robbery or rape, or both. And that means that you're in hugging distance. Like you're in striking or hugging distance.
So I have
If
a
mhm.
funny story from the other extreme. Like here's
Yeah,
something that's completely non-effective in the circumstance, right?
yeah,
Well,
yeah,
here's my story of something that was overkill in the circumstance, and that's that
yeah.
when I was much younger, I don't know why my parents came to me necessarily for the gun advice. I guess they just saw
Hmm.
me playing a lot of Call of Duty and watching a lot of movies and figured I had to have been more knowledgeable about guns than I really was at the time. Uh, because media exposure and being an internet expert is only going to be so good until you get practical hands-on experience.
Mm.
um I convinced my mom to buy a 1911 and 45, and she got like an $1,100 like para arms or something crazy like that.
Not bad.
Snub
Listen,
nose.
for
Well,
1911s, you definitely want to go for the more expensive range.
yeah, no, she it was a good gun, but the problem is that my mom has I don't know if it's arthritis or I forget the name of it exactly, but the joints around her fingers constantly swell and they're very frail. So, she literally just did not have the strength to rack the slide, and that was not
Ooh,
reassuring, right?
yeah.
Like that was a big mistake. I should have convinced my mom to get like a 38 revolver, or maybe bump her up to 44 if I really wanted to give her something that would quote unquote kill a man dead, right?
Based on my experience of having to arm a smaller shooter with less grip strength than myself, 6-hour subcompacts are very good. Anything in the pre 365 line has a softer recoil spring and therefore easier for a smaller shooter to operate.
I argue she probably could have even handled like a 9. Like later in
Yeah,
life, I
yeah.
did end up getting a Taurus, and I tell you that thing, it was like a little laser gun. As unreliable as they are as a manufacturer. Those G2Cs, the
Mm.
PT-111 before that, and the G3s I think they have is like the newest one or whatever. Those particular line of the Taurus guns were, for as cheap as they were, very reliable. This was
Yeah.
the step up from the um what's the one that they ended up calling the Yeet cannon?
Oh, yeah. I was about to say it's definitely a step up from High Point.
No, listen, it is like an actually functional gun, and thankfully not a high point,
Yeah,
but still,
yeah.
I could understand the criticism of entrusting your life in a $200 tool, right?
Mm. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, yeah. I mean, I understand operating on a budget. I'm cognizant of that. I am fortunate to be able to just throw away $2,800 on a primary rifle.
Ooh. Yeah.
Listen, I am a sick boy at heart. They make nice
Mm.
stuff, just not from Gen 1. You need to let them cook for a couple of generations.
Yeah, I wish I had more of the opportunity in reality to have gotten my name on more name brand guns, or to have rented more from the range than I did.
Mm.
Right?
Listen, I also swear by Glocks.
Yeah.
The Austrian polymer brick does all of the, shooty brick things that you would want it to do.
I don't know if I like the U sights, but
You can
that's
swap
such
out
an
the
easy.
sights.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's such an easy, especially for a Glock. You know what I mean? I think it's a
Yeah.
screw at the top or something dumb like that.
There's a screw at the bottom of the front post sight, and the rear sights you just push them with a sight pusher.
Nice. Yeah, super simple.
Or you pay $100 to a gunsmith.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've certainly paid less going to gunsmiths inside of like big department gun stores. Like what
Yeah,
it's
or
like when
that.
you go to a corporate gun store, and it's basically like the Walmart of guns, and they got a gunsmith right
Yeah.
by the range in the back, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've seen that. I've seen that.
Yeah.
I mean, usually the $100 also includes like the box of ammo that he's going to use to sight it in.
Yeah, I had not even considered that when sighting, you're gonna have to actually put
Yeah, you
rounds
need to
down range. Yeah,
confirm zero.
yeah, no,
Well, less so on Glocks. I'm kind of paranoid still. I think you should still confirm your point of aim, point of impact.
yeah, I had not even yeah, with the sights in particular, I had not initially factored that in, but
Yeah.
I can't remember what the oh yeah, I had a Turkish reproduction of an
Mm-hmm.
870 that
Mm-hmm.
I feel very embarrassed by this story, that my grandpa, my abuelo, to be clear, I just want to get that. He must have thought that the shotgun was a blunderbuss or something because he had unscrewed the point where the magazine tube comes off, and I guess just not
Okay.
having enough experience to understand how to fit the spring back in and put the tube back on, because there's at least one or two other components to that. And
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have any experience with shotguns disassembly or anything like that. Like I had not played enough World of Guns. Evidently, I did not read the assignment, and I could not
Mm-hmm.
put my shotgun back together. So I had to, very lamely go back to my gunsmith and say, hey, I don't know why I didn't look it up online at the time, but because I really should have. Because if that were ever to happen again, I best know how to fucking assemble my gun in the moment, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, most guns, I think you can find at least a rudimentary disassembly video online these days.
Yeah, I mean,
Not sure how prevalent that would have been at the time.
no, I mean this. I can't even say that it was a like I was young at the time or that this was like before things were more prevalent. This had to have been in like anywhere in the window of 2018 to 2022.
Oh,
That
then
was
there were
such a
definitely a
chaotic.
lot of videos on every gun
Yeah,
in existence.
exactly. And especially for an 870 reproduction, I could have looked up any 870 video, right?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, for that, I don't think any kind of gunsmith will charge you if you clearly explained a simple mechanical problem and he just needs to put it back together.
I I don't remember if I got charged, but I probably
Ah,
did.
I mean, there's some kind of fee for just using his time,
Yeah,
so I
exactly.
would expect that. I
Yeah,
would expect
yeah,
that.
yeah.
I want a shotgun, and I'm kind of torn between two marginal, two like very fringe cases essentially.
Right.
Because on the one hand, I could go for the simpler and therefore more reliable route of just buying a Remington Shockwave. Are they Remingtons? The little bird head pump action shotguns. They're like $500 a pop. And if I felt very strongly about it, I could then just form one it and put a proper stock on it, and that's it. I have a shorty shotgun with like an I think a 6 shell capacity, which succeeds in blowing a chunk of shit out of anyone at the end of the corridor.
Yes, that is the nice thing.
But yeah, but I would have to make sure that I am trained with it to have the wherewithal to under stress correctly cycle it.
I'm concerned about taking a shotgun with a shorter barrel because of I guess the myth of the ninth pellet flyer. You know what I mean? I was always very concerned about collateral. So the time that I did take the shotgun out to the range, right? I
Hmm.
was very conscious to pattern it at the different ranges that I knew that I might most likely defend or take an engagement from in a home defense
Yeah.
situation, right?
Hmm.
So,
Well, you need to be aware of the crossfires you're potentially introducing. Like, for example, I know the most likely choke point in my apartment, and the only thing behind it is a wall to a different apartment with some furniture. So my concern, therefore, is to not overpen.
yeah,
That's why
yeah,
I run polymer tip ammo. Well, that and because it hurts a lot more on impact.
yeah. I the thing about hollow points is that I'm always so scared that in prosecution or in like all of these videos that the lawyer's going to be like, but he was using a round that was intentionally built to destroy a man on the inside by shredding him in a way that surgically was not optimal to, you know what I mean? Because you
Listen, some slithering snake tongue cocksucker prosecutor will definitely attempt that, but then it's up to your defense or you to make the argument that a jacketed hollow point is both the best practice and the responsible choice for a gun owner in a self-defense situation
to
because
prevent
you're
overpenetration. I
yeah,
agree.
exactly. You're preventing overpens because as someone who's using lethal force, you are responsible for what you are shooting at, but also whatever is beyond the target.
My only concern is that a jury or a judge might buy the snake oil because people are prone not to, hear the right side of an argument, unfortunately.
I mean, it's up to again, it's up to your defense to quote precedent. and for your defense to be able to elucidate that or instruct you to elucidate that to the jury. It doesn't matter what the judge thinks because he's there to just make sure that, the sides behave themselves. Because the judgment is ultimately still delivered by a jury, and if the judge attempts to lead the jury, that's a mistrial.
Yeah, yeah.
Again, all in a perfect world, and we live far away from a perfect world. Like, I live within the domain of the definition of a cocksucker DA.
Yeah.
Like, if I have an archetypical shooting, even though it's Texas, I will likely experience a disruption to my life, but that is still preferable to losing my life in the process. It's literally the dichotomy of, rather judged by 12 than carried by 6.
Well,
and liability insurance isn't that expensive.
I don't think I'm familiar enough with my area to make a judgment call as to how my DA is doing currently. I don't think I just have enough of a beat on my area.
I mean, I live in Austin. It's
Yeah.
San Francisco, Texas, and our DA is a direct Soros plant. That's unambiguously known. I would like there to be an option for direct action against that person. Unfortunately, there's not one within the confines of the law, so I'm not going to make any definitive statements on the record. But yeah, and for his practices, and hopefully he's going to be removed at some point, but he was the guy who went after the Uber driver who shot a protester who raised an AK-47 to his car.
There's no way that you're going to prosecute somebody for threatening them with lethal force, especially, is it because he was on the job and shouldn't have had a gun?
No, it's because it was a BLM riot, and again, the DA is a cocksucker.
When we started this conversation way back and I said that it was very unfortunate how many things shouldn't be political that people make political?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a prime example of one right there. I mean, I understand it. It's a political protester, so it's inherently political. But in the sum totality of the circumstances, you just can't threaten somebody with imminent death or great bodily harm, right? That's the gold standard.
Listen, fucking around is directly connected to finding out. And he came to a political protest that, by the way, was happening in the middle of the road. So he was technically breaking 2 articles of Texas law. You're not supposed to have a weapon at a political protest. Yeah. And second of all, you're not supposed to be blocking off highways. And third, when you present a deadly threat, you get shot in Texas.
Yeah, no, that's that. I mean,
fortunately, we have an okay governor who seems to be working on getting the man pardoned. But still, it's just not a situation that should have arisen.
Is that not something he has the power to do by just signing something immediately?
No, there's a pardon.
So it's only a presidential pardon in theory.
It's state dependent. Well, essentially, he needs to be nominated by committee. So the process is supposedly
who forms
in
the
progress.
Committee? Like,
I believe he can recommend nominations to the committee, and then
so a committee has to nominate him, but he also has to nominate members to this committee to make a. I fucking hate bureaucracy. You see how ridiculous this sounds?
Yeah, it's definitely more Kafkaesque than I would like to be. I would expect Texas to have shit figured out a little bit better. So it's the pardon committee. I haven't looked at it in a while, so hopefully if it had already gone through, I would have heard about it. But basically, the guy was railroaded. The DA withheld key evidence and sort of, tilted the hand by also, essentially misinforming the jury. And then they've proceeded to character assassinate the guy by bringing up messages that had nothing to do with, what actually happened. Because, he shared some unsavory comments about him potentially having to kill someone if he went to work, which, he fucking turned out to be right. But they tried to twist it as if it was premeditated or he went there with the intention to do that.
I want to know what he was delivering at the time. And if he certainly could not have known that he was driving into a riot because he would have canceled that order if he did.
Yeah, I think he was returning from dropping someone off. Like he was on a return route from driving someone as an Uber
if I drove
driver.
somebody into a riot unintentionally, I would be driving the fuck out of there as quickly as possible too. I would probably cancel the trip before, like, the moment I realize that there's civil unrest, before I get anywhere near it. I don't care how far I'm from the destination. I'm going to tell the person in the back of my car, look, you know,
Do you
um,
want to end up on the morning news? Listen, hindsight is 2020, and I don't feel comfortable like Monday morning quarterbacking this particular situation.
I
Like the
only,
man did nothing wrong on the face of
I
it.
agree.
He
He did
saw,
nothing wrong.
yeah,
I agree.
some rabid commie started to raise his AK from low ready, and I don't think he had the balls to shoot, but I don't think
That
anyone's
should have,
obligated to
yeah,
test that theory.
exactly.
You're supposed to murk him right there and then, and you're supposed to walk just under the straight letter of the law. And
Yeah.
it didn't happen because our DA is a Soros cocksucker.
Damn. Well, the only reason I was so ready to say, "Oh, this is what I would have done in that situation," is because out of all of the jobs, excuse me, out of all of the jobs that I have had in life, I have to say that one of the ones that I've enjoyed the most is being an Uber driver.
Mm.
Despite having my car nearly broken into by people twice, and other silly, stupid incidences and violences, and car crash statistics, and being involved in accidents while driving, like the same thing is like having a CDL and being on the open road. I sort of hate American infrastructure in the sense that there is not enough walkability or thought into
Yeah.
how we do our zoning, so it makes car dependence such a terrible thing. And
Yeah.
I agree partially with the mentality of, like, hey, you can just get really fit walking there and carrying everything, right? But
Uh,
it just doesn't seem very employable or like
See, as
good.
someone who actually does that, I still accept that it's not very practical
Yeah.
because so I
You
don't
have to be
drive.
built different.
It's not even that you have to be built different. You need to be very fortunate in terms of your location. Like, I
Yeah.
am fortunate to be within reasonable walking distances of everything I need. And
What would you classify as reasonable, just as like an example?
like, if I have to walk somewhere for 20 minutes, I would say that's pretty reasonable
Yeah.
one way.
Yeah, yeah, 20 minutes, a mile, if you were walking leisurely. I mean, you got to factor in how slow the average American is, right? Or just the average person in general.
Yeah, my stride is a little shorter just because the biomechanics of my walk cycle is different.
Right. Right.
Because I've been conditioned to a fighter's stride, which means I don't
Yeah.
fall onto an outstretched leg. I push off of my hind leg and then sort of softly land on a
Yeah, it
hinged
makes
leg.
you it inoculates you to being pushed or to forces that are
It
hitting you.
inoculates you from a lot of things.
Yeah.
I don't slip up on ice. I'm generally, sort of basically I always my center of gravity is always projected onto my stance, basically. So because of that, I'm more stable, but it also takes me more time to get from place to place. But because it's ingrained second nature anyway, like I just don't bother.
I definitely have never intentionally trained stance that hard. So, there have been plenty of times in my life where I've been on slippery circumstances. I worked with a friend of mine in like a sandwich shop once,
Mm.
and I slipped on some wet floors, and he told me it was literally like a cartoon. I saw your legs kick up above your head,
Yeah.
and like, you just landed. It was,
It's very easy to do. Yeah.
yeah.
I didn't have to train for it consciously. It's just something that uh I would say bled over from just the sparring work that I did.
Mm.
I sparred a lot in my formative years, and I guess it just the habit of staying on the balls of my feet and moving in that particular manner just slowly bled over into just the way I walk on a regular basis.
I think that's one of the biggest failings of VRC boxing, is that because the majority of people are only using 3-point tracking, it's very
Mm-hmm.
hard to comment on or help correct
Oh,
any
footwork.
yeah, form work, exactly. And even for the people who do have some form of body tracking, it's often not an 11-point full body tracking setup. Like, in
Yeah.
theory I have that, but my 4 trackers on my legs are actually inverse kinematics, which means they don't
Mm.
actually record where my feet are. They just make
Yeah.
animations that For boxing, that's perfectly fine because there's very little stance work with your feet that are going to impact the results of a match because, you know,
Hmm.
you'd be slipping and weaving with your upper body in most of those circumstances. But um yeah, even still, like in boxing, you would want to look for the pressure being on the back foot to be able to take that hit easier.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure about the subtleties of boxing. Boxing as a sport never particularly interested me just
Hmm.
because of its inherent limitations
I
and, you
I
know,
don't blame you.
the inherent brain damage that comes with the standard
Yeah.
training menu.
That's one of the nice things about VR boxing is you don't actually get hit in the head. But
Yeah, that is nice.
I will say that when you're wearing a headset and you're
Mm.
throwing punches without resistance but with the visual and like audio response of having quote unquote resistance, like, oh, there's a
Hmm.
guy that's exactly this far away from me, so I really need to step into this and move my arm out as far as I can stretch it. I think the muscle underneath your shoulder blade, that's the lat. Oh,
Hmm.
that's sore than a motherfucker right now because I forgot to stretch before boxing again, and I haven't been back to the gym in a few months.
My big concern would be
Yeah.
developing tennis elbow because
Mm.
you're hyperextending your elbow in a fairly high speed motion that's not very controlled with the weight of a controller, however small it may be, statically attached to the very end of your hand.
Yeah.
So that's a very nasty way to just damage your elbow through hyperextension.
You know, I had not even heard this injury of tennis elbow because I've gotten a boxer's fraction by
Hmm.
breaking the pinky bone on my hand once, but
Ah.
yeah, no, I another thing that's really bad for that is got to be like Wii baseball or
Hmm.
like any sort of VR equivalent to that because a friend of mine who does AI work and does world development for VR chat.
Hmm.
Um, they're working on like so they're having like a music fest type the VR chat staff like a world fair where they want people to
Oh.
make summer vibe worlds for like music scenes and VJs like
Hmm.
virtual DJs, right?
Cool, cool,
Um,
cool.
so they're working on a world like that. It's an oasis in the middle of a desert with a bunch of platforms and stuff on it, but
Hmm.
they put a bunch of liquor and beer bottles and like coconuts and stuff like that around the bar in the middle. So we all started grabbing the handles of liquor and grabbing the coconuts and the beer cans and like throwing the
Okay.
beer cans up in the air and whacking them with the liquor like it was baseball to see how far out into the lake we could hit it. And whenever we'd hit the
Okay.
sand, we'd call it home run. So
Nice.
the uh the world creator actually added a system that could detect when props in the world were hitting the water or the sand and gave you points. And I definitely got some tennis elbow or really
I love that about VRC that
yeah.
a lot of it is just like emergent gameplay.
Yeah.
That's very cool. What is even the current business structure of VRC if you're
It's
aware of it?
fucked.
Because it's
It's
fucked
very
in what
fucked.
sense? Is are they
Um
just bleeding money?
yeah. So the problem is
Interesting.
that because they're on Steam, they
Hmm.
can't monetize like Roblox and have in-app purchases because Valve as a company are very against this concept. So
I'm
everything that
pretty
you
sure
sell
I
on
play a number. I'm pretty sure I. Sorry to cut you off there, but
yeah.
I'm pretty sure I play a number of free to play games that don't have that problem.
So it's true, but in in the their cases, it's because they're always sending you to like a third party method of buying the currency, or they're doing something weird. But
Uh
the
huh.
point is that VR chat has tried to introduce like a real paid currency into the game.
Okay.
uh I think they're called credits, like VR credits or whatever. I
Mm-hmm.
don't remember, but the money symbol for it is like a V with a double line that
Well, some kind of
yeah.
hard currency, regardless.
Yeah, yeah. Point being, by Steam standards, everything you sell on the platform has to be a DLC or a subscription, right? So, being able to buy this currency in game, um, all of the world creators who end up being allowed to monetize their worlds. And this is a system that you have to apply to be a part of
Hmm.
from the VR chat staff themselves. So only very select popular worlds like VRC Boxing or the very popular hangout spots like Black Cat. Um, I could list a million worlds, but I'll just say Black
Yeah.
Cat because
Hmm.
everybody who's ever even touched VR should probably know the Black Cat. Anyway, um, they they can only sell things with their VR credits that count as subscriptions, right? So it makes the form of in-game monetization like a watered down Patreon where VR chat gets half of the cut in the same way that Twitch takes half of the cut every time you get a donation, right? Like taxes. Taxes. And it prevents the avatar community from being able to sell avatars or avatar assets in game. So you're not getting any of the money you'd be getting off of Gumroad, Booth, or whatever the fuck that furry website is.
Hmm.
I've had some bad experiences with furries. Let me not go at great detail as to my.
Interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
Interesting. My only experience of furries is that I know that they keep pushing full body tracking as a technology forward every day.
You know what? They are amazingly helpful in the community for their contributions towards certain fundamental technologies, but you know, I know two good furries and they make fursuits, right? So
Hmm.
they're smart enough to profit off of the furries. And
Okay.
the vast majority of other furries I've met just they're really chill right up until they're not.
Interesting. What would be a scenario in which they stop being chill?
Um so this might fall more in like little league drama bullshit as far as like VRC
Okay.
boxing is concerned, but I would say that the current USA staff for VRC boxing are very unreasonable, super nepotistic, and allow all sorts of corruption. And
Huh.
maybe they've made a couple of efforts to clean things up recently. They've moved instead from a tournament that they never finished to a league system where it's like the NFL. They have games every weekend,
Hmm.
right? And so they do like 5 matches a week now, right?
But would you say it's a furry specific problem? Because it sounds
I
like it's a problem of a lot of NA based communities.
Yeah, it was 100% an NA problem, but
Yeah.
I
I'm not sure
they
how
these
prevalent
aren't the
furry is outside of the of the US.
well, yeah, what's funny is that the Japanese community being so prominent in VR chat, there are
Hmm.
very few Japanese furries I've seen, but I swear I saw a Japanese and a Chinese furry who were both speaking English because I think that was their common language, and I swear these two dudes were gay. And
Okay.
I like these have to be the only two gay Asian furries in existence right here in this VR chat lobby, right? Like
There's probably not a large number of them.
no, I
That's
mean
that's true.
the more popular non-anthro fetish for the Japanese and I'd say probably Asian community at large seems to be mecha or
Huh.
like robotics and things like that, like
I
cyberpunk.
guess I guess the real question is mecha technically furry?
No, no. I think
Oh, well, okay, yeah. I guess that needs an animalistic component to it, I guess. So that
yeah,
kind of
no.
disqualifies it on the face of it.
Yeah. I mean, there's a huge difference between anthropomorphizing an inanimate object and anthropomorphizing an animal, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
sure, sure. I see where it comes from different places.
I use a dynamic mic in XLR. So like these stage
Yeah.
mics, they're very, very good at picking up only what's like right in front of them, which
Mm.
is I really hate condenser mics for this reason, especially in live environments. They pick up everything. So if you're going to be live streaming, I don't want to have to go through 50 layers of filters and be super conscious of how I squeak my chair or lean in my desk because it's going to be picked up on the microphone. Not only that, but the condenser microphone gives you the stage sound, like you are a
Mm-hmm.
performer, right? Like this is
Ah.
the audio tone most people are used to hearing during performances. So if you are performing, you want to give that impression.
I'm fortunately not too deep in that sauce because I just want a setup that works and I'm fine with it. And this one seems to be fine, at least from where I'm standing. I am not aware of a lot of VRC drama, but the parts of it that I was aware of are seem very humorous to me. At least maybe it's because I'm on the outside looking in.
Hmm.
The only one that I've looked into at any length was there was apparently a VRC porn studio
Yeah.
that crashed and burned into a scandal revolving around its owner.
I don't remember any of the details, but I don't even know what studio you're referring to. But I believe you on the premise there is a VR chat porn studio, despite that being
Yeah.
against the terms of service. Because I know there are individual operators who pay for advertisements in popular worlds. So,
Aha.
yeah. Individual talents do that. So that there's a studio backing them is not surprising.
Well,
Or
at the
that,
time, yeah,
go.
at the time, they were like a standalone studio and they were producing stuff. And I believe they even had like their own dedicated page on Pornhub.
Hmm.
And all of that was just it just crashed and burned instantaneously over something between allegations of abuse and contract fraud and shit like that. But basically it boiled down to squabbles over money, and then people tried to inflate certain components of it for the sake of making it a little bit more impactful than chasing the guy off the internet.
Hmm.
And it just seemed very, very comical from the side of it because, like, again, it's the Norm Macdonald staple of I wish both sides would meet a an unpleasant end, because on the one end, yeah, you need to be a certain level of sleazy to recruit 19-year-old girls to do VR chat porn that's like interlaced with IRL footage. But
Oh,
then
that
again,
half and half. Because
it was
I'm familiar at least with a single creator who has dabbled in this concept.
I don't think it was all half and half. Some of it was mixed, some of it was VRC only because there was an issue of proximity.
Right.
And like that was the funny part. Like some of them tried to allege sexual abuse, but the guy is an expat living in Japan, and
Hmm.
I'm sorry, but I
Yeah, that's
maintain that
unenforceable.
yeah, well, not only unenforceable, I maintain that VRC rape isn't real. I mean, just turn off, just leave the world, just take off the headset.
Is aren't there technically forms of rape via not coercion but like
Statutory? No, that was not the case because none of them were minors.
okay, well not the minors case, but like deceit or something. Like I wouldn't know the official legal term, but basically like if I were to say that, like I was actually Kevin Conroy or whatever it is that the chick called what's the lawyer anime? Saul Goodman? He's like, "You're not
Ah,
Kevin
okay.
Costner." Right? Like
Mm-hmm.
th- there's no provision in any laws like that for acts or
They didn't go down the legal route either way. They just doxed the guy and then chased him off the internet under the
yeah.
condition that he's just going to like erase his existence,
Yeah.
which he did. And like, but again, it seemed comical outside looking in.
Yeah, I could see so. That being a particular scandal I'm not familiar with. I can tell you that within every individual VR chat group, there is a story of scandal or drama in the same way that if you ask anybody who's ever been to a convention,
Hmm.
how were your roommates or what sort of drama did you put up with, they've probably could fill a filibuster in Congress with their war stories, right? But I'm gonna bring it back to probably the most prominent example of relevant VR chat drama, and that has to do with the actual staff. So something you might not
Huh.
be aware of is that in VR chat, I don't know how recently, but at some point, um, there was an update that added groups to the game, which was a precursor to the monetization because of the Roblox problem. So it fits in.
Uh-huh.
But um, The reason why the groups were introduced is because groups could now host their own group moderated instances where somebody in the group can be promoted, or the group owner can choose to kick or ban people from that group so they cannot join those instances, effectively
Okay.
creating proper castle doctrine for people outside of hosting like a friends plus or invite instance, and then hoping if something goes wrong that everybody in the instance will agree to a vote kick. Because
Uh-huh.
previously the way that moderation worked is there was no power with the players or in this group system, because only VR chat staff had the power to moderate in game, as crazy as that sounds. And you can imagine how that could be problematic for a social platform
Yeah.
where you would hopefully give moderation, at least in some part, to the people who are actually doing the socializing. Uh,
That is ripe for abuse,
for
just
abuse.
on the
Well,
face of it.
that's where the story leads, is that there was an actual incident of a VR. Okay, so as part of their moderation powers, and they claim that they don't have the power to do this anymore, but if you went up to Tupper and you somehow put on their headset and logged into their account, I really doubt that they would have given up this power. Though they haven't been recorded publicly using it. Allow me to in a while, and let me explain.
Mm-hmm.
They had the power to join instances invisibly, so that they do not add a user to the count in the world. They don't appear to anybody. They're invisible, but they can
Mm-hmm.
monitor everything going on in the instance. Now,
Okay.
I want you to guess how a staff member managed to abuse this moderation tool. Yeah,
I assume they were inviting themselves into someone else's ERP session.
close. I'm sure that that was a component of it, but they were stalking another user. So it's
Okay.
very well could have been that they were also stalking them while intimate things were happening, but I don't know
Mm-hmm.
the details in that sense. But that was one of the big shifts away. And not only did they take the moderation away from all of the VR chat staff, they instated a trust and safety council.
Huh?
Yeah, so there's a BPO, a third party that all of the reports go to. And other than dropping an N bomb directly in front of the CEO or community manager like Tupper, yeah, you have to go through this lengthy bureaucratic process where you have to be recording footage of the incident at a time.
It sounds like an overcomplication of a very streamlined process
It
and like
is
an overcomplicated solution to a problem that's solved by a single pink slip.
uh, truly, truly, but now if you're legitimately being harassed in VR chat, your only recourse is to constantly be recording every single one of your interactions, to
Mm-hmm.
be constantly making Google Docs so that you could
Oh,
submit it
that's
to a
not a pain
trust
in
and
the ass at
safety.
all.
No, not. I mean, I'd love to spend my time doing anything other than being a moderator, right? But he
Mm-hmm.
does it for free.
Yeah.
Anyway, um, you know, to go through all of this effort to only lead, in a very heinous set of circumstances, without getting specific, for somebody to be banned for a week or 2 weeks, right? Like a literal slap on the wrist.
Okay. That doesn't seem like a very good setup. I don't know.
No.
Again, I understand that they're a little bit stretched for resources and they need to make do with what they have,
You know what
but
the problem is?
I see several.
Um, you are somebody who's been around the investment like realm in the tech industry from your previous
Yeah.
interviews, from what I understand at least. And
Yeah.
the problem with VR chat is that they had a lot of legacy employees who were brought
Mm-hmm.
in under VC funding.
Okay.
And because all of that dried up, and because they take such large salaries that
Mm-hmm.
were back from when they had VC, all of this venture capital funding,
Mm-hmm.
they're now scrambling to have the staff to do anything to maintain the legacy members that they do have at these ridiculous pay rates. So not only is the HR rot more than it needs to be at the company by bringing in an entire BPO to handle moderation, imagine
Yeah.
how much it costs to hire this BPO for the moderation, on
Entirely
top
too
of the
much.
executives being paid at VC rates for what's
Bruh.
left of the development team, right?
That, yeah, that's a dead end proposition. Like if you're no longer actively still receiving, I don't know, the Sequoia checks that I assume they were been receiving,
Yeah.
that's just not a tenable circumstance.
No, so they've been
The shareholders could have should have clamped down on that the moment they showed a consistently negative P&L while still paying lavish salaries.
so while having to take away their own moderation and incur a huge cost to the business by introducing a BPO, uh,
Yeah.
they also, they're struggling to get their shit together because they can't get the monetization right because they're on Steam. And yeah, they benefit greatly from being on the platform and having the direct support of Steam VR. You don't need to be on Steam for Steam VR to work, right?
Honestly, it sounds like they just don't have a good communication set up with Steam, or they don't have a monetization subject matter expert on staff to mediate that with Steam, because
Yeah.
all of the things they want to do are feasible, and other free to play games are doing them.
I think
Like,
the you know maybe, but even if they were to leave Steam, I don't think it would be a terrible loss for them. Like it would probably make it a lot easier, just as like a way they
uh,
could.
Steam. Oh, I mean, they could try living in a standalone client. That's probably a bit of a loss for them, just for sake of
The
availability.
exposure.
Yeah, but like the core problem here is the things that they want to do are actively being done on games that are on Steam. Like for example, I play Snowbreak.
Right.
Snowbreak has a hard in-game currency that you just buy,
Mm-hmm.
and you do that on a third-party website. And I don't think a game as large as Snowbreak is flying under the radar. Or I play Action Taimanin. Same premise. They have a soft currency and a hard currency, and you can also just buy content that's in the game that are cosmetics. And like the game exists, like it's a phone game on the Android store, but it's also like a Steam game, a
Mm.
PC client on the Steam shop.
Right.
And all of the transactions for actually paying them money occur on a third party website. It's not DLC that you buy through Steam. And I doubt that games with, monthly active user counts in the millions can fly under the radar with that kind of shit. So it's obviously a communication issue or them not being able to design the monetization loop.
Yeah. The at the end of the day, there's got to be some way that they figure out how to
Yeah.
recover the lost money from Booth and all of that by having the asset sold there. And however sooner they can work out that monetization, the faster their CFO can stop hanging themselves with a noose over how bad the red line is looking right
I
now.
mean, CFOs don't hang themselves.
They
They
hang other
hang
people.
whatever business line is responsible for generating losses or missing out on revenue.
Yeah, you know what? My heart goes out to whoever's in charge of that at VR chat. Truly.
Yeah. The CFO is usually the adult in the room, in most circumstances in a tech company, especially one that originates from venture capital. The
Yeah.
CFO is predominantly the adult in the room because he is the one who has to answer uncomfortable questions during shareholder meetings of what the fuck is going on.
All I'm saying is that because they've reached mass market saturation and they are the
Hmm.
brain like the brand name recognizable metaverse, like
Okay.
if you talk to anybody like, hey, what social platform would you use in VR? Everybody's going to say VR chat the same way
Yeah,
they
it's
would
going
say
to
go
be
get a
VRC.
band-aid.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
They've shit down the metaverse's throat quite justifiably.
You know what? It is such a terrible platform. Not even compared to Second Life, compared to Roblox.
Oh, just compared to
Think
anything.
about how bad that is when your platform is getting mogged by Roblox.
Yeah. Well, they never had a shot. There was never a world in which a hypothetical Facebook-derived metaverse wouldn't get mogged by everyone.
Well,
They
I
had no
think
shot.
if
They
they had
had no
just
shot.
not put John Carmack on a muzzle, and maybe instead of only John Carmack on the technology, they had gotten some creative and visionary people or people who had worked in previous
Well, for
virtual worlds
one,
like Habba
look,
Hotel or Gaia Online or anybody who had any idea of how any of this shit worked to begin with, they could have had a much better shot.
they should have kept Lucky Palmer on
Oh, that
as
was
a.
the well, I mean, I think okay, so I actually knew Lucky Palmer's girlfriend during the time of Gamergate because she was pro Gamergate.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Anyway, I played Overwatch with them once. At any rate, she was a
Ah.
big cosplayer.
Mm-hmm.
Point being, no, they had just made their fucking bag. Like Lucky, you know, at some point, you got to be willing to just retire with the money and sell the franchise or whatever,
It's
right?
not what
Like
he did though.
that's basically what he did, as far as I'm aware. I think
Did
because
you
he
see him mog Oculus engineers after they released their first standalone device? Like
no.
the first I believe it was Oculus Rift hit the market, first thing he did was take it apart, I believe give it more RAM, give it a better battery and a smaller form factor, and color it black just because he can. Like the first
Yeah.
thing when the product was out of the gate, he proceeds to mock them on Facebook. And I don't think that's accidental. I think he very much cares and he's very much upset with what they've done with the company.
Yeah, probably. I mean, that's the thing is like if a guy like Lucky Palmer or like John Carmack could not fix that circumstance, then there were not enough people like Lucky Palmer or John Carmack on the team, and there were too many HR people.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I can tell you exactly what went wrong, essentially. Even though Carmack was still on board, he was responsible for the technological part of it, even without Lucky Palmer.
Yeah.
And, like, regardless of whatever exotic solutions or whatever kind of streamlining that he had to come up with to make it a mass market worthy project, the content and usability side of it was handled by idiots because Facebook's hiring infrastructure is designed to favor people who write good resumes or, adhere to certain preferred hiring practices.
Yes. Yeah. No, they have a big problem with BPOs too, because most
Yeah.
of the people I ever knew who worked at Meta did not actually work at Meta. They worked at a BPO in partnership with Meta.
Yeah. Yeah, it's basically that. And again, like even the people who made it inside of Meta, they were selected by HRs, and the only thing they know is, vetting people via CV. And, they pass them through filters of HR sensibilities as opposed to the requirements of a hiring department.
This isn't even a problem with high paying tech jobs or like things that would traditionally require a college education. I feel like you say that this isn't as big of an issue for blue collar work, or at least maybe I'm
I don't
confusing.
know. I don't
Okay,
know.
okay.
I just know that it's specifically a meta problem because
Yeah.
I have spoken to insiders who've touched this particular field, have worked
Hmm.
at Meta, or conversely have had to look for work after they've been cut from Meta during the recent cuts in tech. And having been originally hired because all they could do is bullshit their way through an interview, they then found themselves looking for a job without any actual applicable hard skills in an industry they know shit all about.
So, just to clarify, I was putting words in your mouth. I was watching another streamer last night or today who
Okay.
was saying that this isn't a problem with blue collar work, and I think I
Please,
was just
please
completely
avoid putting stuff in my
yes,
mouth.
that's
Thank you.
why I was very
I am
careful to be
current
like,
I am
yeah.
currently on a cut and I have to observe everything that goes there quite religiously.
Mm, mm.
Uh,
At any rate, the point I was trying to make was that
mm,
I don't think that this is a problem exclusive to big companies because in the course of applying to more menial work recently,
yeah.
right? Even in the hiring process for something as innocuous as a grocery store, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just as like an example, um, as part of the hiring process, they give you like the hypothetical day at work, right? Where they try and
Uh-huh.
measure your responses, or they give you this big quiz of
Okay.
statements that you're supposed to agree or disagree with as a way of trying to measure your character or employability. But
Mm-hmm.
I find that all of the questions that they ask you seem to be so asinine or outside of the realm in which people realistically view themselves or situations that I question their real legitimate practical value in measuring somebody's attitude while being at work. There are some places where they have very obvious shit tests, but in the sense of the job I was most recently applying for, they would give you two statements that you're supposed to agree with. So you either agree more with one statement or the other statement. It's not that you can mark that you disagree with it, but they would give you both statements made negative assumptions about your character. So, they're what they're realistically doing is putting you between a rock and a hard place to admit that you're shitty in one way or another. And I
Hmm.
find that to be like, what the fuck? Like,
It's asinine. It
yeah.
probably has to do with some kind of HR methodology for assessment people. It's some kind of derivative Jungian shit that relies on like a single poorly sourced study as a motivation, but because, HR people don't usually have the skills to read past the title of anything and generally don't have the critical skills to dispute things like that, they just follow along with it as best practice.
What I don't understand is just allowing for more open-ended questions where the applicant can explain their own methodology, because letting somebody speak through their own words is always going to be a million times more insightful than having them answer a multiple choice or an agree disagree statement,
Yeah, but
despite the fact that
see,
it's not as quantifiable. And I accept
it's
that it isn't.
it's not as quantifiable, and then it also requires the opposing party to actually read the words you've written and ponder and understand them, which is usually beyond the mental capabilities of your typical HR monkey.
I It shouldn't be that way. It
Observe
sucks having
observe
ethics
the
and
typical
principles.
listen observe the typical HR worker, your stereotypical HR hag, to
Right.
to borrow a term from common vernacular. Do
Yes.
you realistically think that she like sports anything above 95 IQ points?
I
Probably not.
Yeah, I don't like assuming people's IQs. I really don't. Especially like without like saying that there's a particular person we're questioning the IQ of. Like if you wanted to say, well, Joe Biden in 2000 or in 1996 was probably at this standard deviation, and you wanted to make an argument that today, after any mental atrophy that would naturally be as a result of age,
Hmm.
that might be deviations lower. I could see that argument very clearly.
Sure. But you can make inferences based on just the common performance of someone in a line of work just because of the inherent cabal-like internal biases that have formed in that area. Because recruiters are very much a monolith between companies. There is basically a gatekeeping cabal of HR managers and recruiters currently infesting tech.
I guess that my best way of putting it is that statistics and analysis and prejudice all have a place. And when I say prejudice, I mean like a very targeted, understanding type where, I've heard you say before that, you rarely find engaging with people who engage in criminality to be an enriching experience. That is an
Yes.
appropriate prejudice, right?
Yeah.
Um, but by the same token, after having worked in security and in the handbook where I got licensed, the guy who wrote it made a big point about statistics, is that they can be very informative, but you have to take it in the totality of the
Sure,
circumstances.
sure. Listen,
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting we should line up HR specialists and,
I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to
yeah.
that proposition. I think if we could get a
Well,
measurement
see,
past Congress and the Senate,
let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah.
My only presupposition here is that it's not that we should treat people in this line of work unkindly. I think that the line of work should be reformed to maybe not be designed to be run by people who don't know what the fuck they're doing and are therefore producing deleterious results for a great birth of different fields. Like
That
if you
was
haven't noticed, we're very much in the throes of a competency crisis that was
yes.
brought on by recruiters as a class. And I would like to navigate our way out of it before we, arrive to some kind of catastrophic result, like a more catastrophic result that we're currently in.
I have to say that this is the chief complaint that Gamergate was founded on, basically, is
Yeah.
that we just wish the people doing this thing had a little more, they were more
Well,
ethical, or they had
yeah.
principles,
I think
right?
it's different. I think it's different. The complaint of Gamergate is that we would like reporting that's accurate to reality and is not a cover-up job
You
that
know,
is there to obscure the fact that the media field is currently being infiltrated by communists.
yeah, well, I, th- I just on the point of Gamergate, the reason why I do bring this up, I want to just a little bit of context on myself. When I graduated
Mm.
high school, before I even graduated, the Society of Professional Journalists announced that they were going to be hosting a discussion on the subject by featuring
Uh-huh.
journalists and anybody who was willing to come out and speak on this event.
Interesting.
That was known as SPJ Airplay. And I
Uh-huh.
actually volunteered with the SPJ at the time. I was part of the committee that selected the people who were able to speak at that event. And I ran the broadcast for that event off of this PC. But tell me.
Before you continue, are you sure you want to make, such specific reference to possibly lists that have, trackable numbers of members in them and whatnot? Like consider your OPSEC options for a moment there.
No, I understand why you should say I would not go into my history like that. And,
Yeah.
part of the license with my model is actually, the religious clause. There's also a political clause. So in theory, some of the subjects or discussions we could be having, if Mio 30 were to listen to this by translating it from English to Japanese, or if they understood English, if
Mm-hmm.
they took objection to this video, it is
Mm-hmm.
entirely possible. Now, in the same instance, I was talking earlier that I don't think that they would prosecute you or try and tell you that you were incorrectly using the license for the booth model for whatever, like the
Mm-hmm.
the the cross, right? I don't think
Yeah.
that they care enough that somebody of my stature as a VTuber just happened to be on a podcast that was this political. But by
Oh
the
no, I'm
same
I'm primarily concerned about it just being directly an OPSEC consideration for you personally, for your personal life, since you're
yes.
referencing a specific event with
Yeah.
probably a known list of people facilitating it.
No, no, I understand completely. If anybody really wanted to go out and figure out who CraneVT was, you know, in the same way that most people know who the Hollow girls and the Hollow are,
Hmm.
you know, I I like the kayfabe and the separation from my past life to a certain degree, but at least in a discussion like this, I don't mind making references to my past, or in the service of explaining my understanding of the circumstances, because for me, this was such a huge part of my life. You know what I mean?
Ah.
Coming right out of high school, I was engaged in one of the most heated political discussions in America just because I liked video games and I wanted the press to do better. Right. And
Hmm.
the only way to convince any of them to come talk to any of us was to go to the organization that sets the standards for ethics, right?
Uh-huh.
So while I agree that the culture war was a very important part of the larger overall motives and narrative behind the Gamergate controversy, that so much of it could have been avoided with proper disclosure. Now, that Nathan Grayson gave favorable coverage to a game developer who just happened to sleep with five other people, you know, right? Uh, you know,
Purely by accident, of
no,
course.
and the current sitting president of the SPJ, a member of the Pointer Institute, and game developer Derek Smart all, unanimously agreed that that was an ethical violation, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was a big no-no. the Michael Koretsky, the Region 3 director and still current Region 3 director, so that's Georgia, Alabama, and Florida for the SPJ, at least posited that with proper disclosure, a lot of this could have been avoided, or it would have been more ethical, right? Because as
Hmm.
long as you tell people, hey, I have a connection to my source here, or the editor chief steps in and says, hey, I notice you have a connection here. I don't feel comfortable about you writing on it. I'm going to assign another member of staff.
Yeah.
But the fact that they were not willing to do that, and their response to being asked to do that was to in cahoots with a bunch of other outlets publish articles saying gamers are dead as an identity, they turned it into a cultural war
Yeah.
rather than just
Well,
owning up to the mistake.
I think, well, see, I think that was somewhat of a self report for them. They've accelerated that particular conflict because they felt like they were in a position of power to do so. And the reason they were so aggressive in their response to default to smearing the opposition as opposed to engaging with actual complaints that were being made is because I think they felt found out. Not in the fact that, oh, you were stooping talentless hack and wrote puff pieces about whatever shitty non-games she was making, but like in a larger sense, they were caught red-handed actively covering for a leftist takeover of the industry, and therefore they just instantly went into fight or flight mode and sort of invented the playbook of you disagree with me, therefore you are racist.
I just wish that that was never the playbook that got introduced. I really wish, because it wouldn't be a single problem if they wanted to be leftists in video games and have their own games that send their
But
own messages. But it's the insistence that, we're going to change your games as well,
Crane.
or
Listen,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
listen. They don't have a different playbook. That's the problem. That is
yeah.
one of the problem with the movements. That is the standard Marxist playbook. Deny
Yeah.
everything, make counter accusations. If you disagree with them, they can't engage with the substance of your argument because there is a risk of you being right. They have to character assassinate you instead, and therefore they've begun, for example, the watering down of terms like racist and sexist
Mm.
because they were just wearing it out on as the crux of every argument they've made. Just
I'm
look at any kind of criticism that, for example, Anita Sarkeesian tried leveling, against legitimate criticisms of just her analysis of games she was complaining about being
I
just
don't think
facially
that there's
wrong.
a like a legitimate like good faith argument you can make when you're coming from the outset of everything is sexist, everything is racist, everything is homophobic, and I have to point it all out.
Because it was never about a good faith argument. It was always about a takeover.
Mm.
And that's the same thing happened after they came for gaming, and they successfully came for gaming, despite the fact that Anita Sarkeesian now has to throw pity parties for her 40-year-old unmarried self. She has the proverbial Anita Sarkeesian has irreparably wrecked and just infested all of gaming. And the same has happened to Wizards of the Coast. The same is rapidly happening to Games Workshop. Like the collective Anita Sarkeesian is alive and well, even though Patient Zero has mostly been ejected out of relevance.
Yeah.
Fortunately, again, as I've previously posited, I think the general gaming population has become keen to their shit and have been annoyed to the point of they've actually noticed the fact that, okay, there is a very specific cohort of people that is preoccupied by taking away nice things. Like, we want to have nice things, and this very specific archetype of person, the collective Sarkeesian, is
Yes.
actively engaged in decreasing my enjoyment from products I pay good money for. And that is why you have Kabrutus and his Sweet Baby Ink detected Steam
Yeah.
list,
I
or,
mean,
or whatever it's
on
called now.
on the face of the principle that Gamergate 2 has been founded mostly on the basis of detecting and forewarning involvement of culture warrior actors in things
Yeah.
rather than a cry for a better standard shows that you know you obviously it didn't work the first time, right? It didn't work the first time. You can't ask unreasonable people to be reasonable no matter how hard you
Yeah,
try. And I wish
exactly.
the best of luck with anybody who does try and engage with Gamergate 2 as a movement sincerely, because of the things we went through the first time around. You are very brave to go and try and do this again, right?
That is true. But fortunately, there seems to be more popular support, and I don't think that the ask is very different. I think now we just have more examples to point to of Gamergate 1 being correct. Like, because all of the maladies that we are complaining about right now with Gamergate 2, like everything that people point towards when they identify the mark of the beast in the form of Sweet Baby Ink's involvement, are things that were forewarned about when Gamergate 1 happened.
Mm.
Like, it was a prophecy that was disregarded by the general population then, saying, oh, you're just bigoted. You're blowing things out of proportion. These are just video games. Who gives a fuck? Well, now, the millennials, who are the active consumer generation, are forced to engage with the actual consequences of all of those things coming up as true at their expense. Because of that, they're more actively engaged with it. Oh, like, oh, okay, so it's actively hurting me and my enjoyment, therefore I will side with this, as opposed to, just a bunch of people warning about something that I don't particularly care about or is not in my active attention span.
I definitely have to say that as somebody who's half Venezuelan, I'm very fortunate I never had to live under a system like that. And I
Mm.
don't know how much you lived in a Soviet or post-Soviet state, given some of the history you've mentioned in the
In
podcast.
excess of 15 years. So I've
Then,
I've seen I've seen the congenital injuries that communism inflicts on countries
yeah,
that it touches.
I'm very fortunate and glad that in my lifetime I haven't had to have personally been exposed to what a government might be like being run by people who are this unreasonable.
Yeah. It's not even about them being unreasonable. It's just the structural damage that it does to everything that it touches. Like,
Mm,
communism is unironically just acid to anything that comes into contact with it. There's not a single thing that was improved by involving communism as a system, and like, just it is because of that that the attitude of real communism hasn't been tried yet irks me so much, because no
yeah.
one can point to anything that would be a more or less workable system. And it's especially appalling to me since you can just look at modern, legitimately late stage communist societies, as far up the devolutionary scale that Marx has proposed as you can get, like, within the confines of reality, that being North Korea. Like, there's no more textbook communism than North Korea. How the fuck do you look at this and go, fuck yeah, I want some of that. I want pets to be my last food source, and I want a cuisine based on using lawn grass.
I
Well, that and being summarily, like, generationally confined to work camps for not crying hard enough while being in the vicinity of the great leader.
Yeah. Yeah, no, just the inhumane treatment of people under totalitarian systems is terrible. But what
Yeah.
I find incredibly funny is that from the other side, you do not hear, you know, people claiming, oh, well, a direct democracy hasn't been tried since the time of Greece, or, our republic isn't really reflective of how republics are meant to be run, or, no, but this isn't really true capitalism because it's not anarcho-capitalism, right? Like, nobody on any side of those arguments makes those arguments, but the Marxists do.
Well, see, I kind of make that argument sometimes, actually. I
Okay.
maintain that we don't live in America. We don't live under free market capitalism. I'm not even going into an ANCAP, because ANCAP is a very, very stupid model to aim for. Like, ANCAP on its face is utopian, just like communism is. So communists and diehard ANCAPs are just equally retarded between themselves. I think that the state is a necessary evil that should be kept limited, and it exists for us to devolve powers onto it that just the individual isn't capable of handling on its own, on his own. So I understand why the a military should be handled centrally to some extent, like why we have the state operating our military. I understand why law enforcement is or an infrastructure are functions of the government devolved to it from the populace and allowed and the government is allowed to manage these things like from the consent of the governed, and we as a population sort of agree in principle to pay some small penance in the form of tax to just keep the system oiled running and doing things that we wanted to do, because we as a population don't want to individually do law enforcement, fight fires, build roads, or go to war protecting America's interests.
Yo soy del gobierno y estoy aquí para ayudar.
You're gonna have to translate that for me into American.
I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
Oh fuck no.
Gotcha,
God.
bitch. Ooh. Okay, so story time. I learned that because I was working for the census and I thought they were gonna make me a field guy where like I actually fill out the form, but they ended up putting me in IT. So then I never had to speak Spanish. So there was no reason for me to learn that line because I was never gonna provide IT support in Spanish. Right. So I was very sad because I studied very hard to be able to give the Spanish questionnaire for the census. And I just was so excited to knock on people's doors and open with that. You don't understand.
Son of a bitch. See, like, despite that, the entire quote being very, very on the money, it's kind of ironic that it comes from Ronald Reagan, the president who's directly responsible for me not being able to own a Select Fire SIG MCX.
You know,
much to my chagrin.
Reagan had his problems, but one of the things I find really, really interesting about presidents in our history, as far as like our recent history is concerned, and I guess I would call Jimmy Carter recent. You know that guy ended up spending like a fourth of our GDP or like our total budget deficit, however you want to measure government spending, in the government cheese program alone, right?
Yeah, the cheese program. Like nothing,
I mean,
nothing like the federal government trying to fix a problem they created and only making things worse.
It's just he literally cheesed our budget. How can you joke and not look at it like any other presidential fuck up and be like, okay, well at least he didn't fuck up as bad as Jimmy Carter.
Why do we not get the government cheese? Can I just have free cheese? That's paid for by my taxes.
Listen,
can we just
okay, but I get flack when I say that I was a Yang ganger, but you want the free government cheese. I see how it is.
No, listen, we've already paid for the cheese, and keeping the cheese stored correctly costs money going forward. It's cheaper
the cheese
to
was
give
well accounted for in the budget.
No, it wasn't. It's fucking discretionary spending that even Congress can't remove.
Yeah.
Giving the cheese away is cheaper than keeping it in storage and spending money on manning the cheese storage facilities. We can use the same real estate, like have it as an MRE, like make government MREs. That's going to be a better use of the money because MREs are cheaper to store and have a better shelf life than government fucking cheese.
They are.
Yeah. My problem with Yang is that because his math doesn't work out, the system that he's proposed with a blanket sales tax that's then supposed to inform UBI is an inflationary tax that does nothing.
Okay, so let's drop the value-added tax and let's drop UBI. But purely on the rest of the platform he ran on, such as decriminalizing marijuana and issuing mass pardons to people who were nonviolent offenders and high-fiving them on their way out of prison, I think that would have been awesome. Literally coming to the gate of the prison and as they're being released, being like, "Hey, sorry that happened. Here's a high five from your president."
I would rather he just rescind their felonies entirely, as to not put upon them limitations that would impose on them.
Does a pardon include limitations that I'm not aware of?
I'm not sure. Does it nullify the felony?
I would imagine so. Yeah.
If it does, then fine. I wouldn't go as far.
It seems pretty fucking comprehensive in my mind.
If it is, then so be it. I'm just making sure that we're,
I'd like
crossing
it
all
to
of
be
the
so.
I's and
Yeah.
dotting all of the T's there. I don't oppose retroactively pardoning people for things that we as a society agree are sort of permissible vices.
Yeah.
And sure, marijuana with its plethora of issues and it being not as benign as some potheads will lead you to believe,
Yeah.
it's still more harmful than other permissible vices that we have and that we tolerate as a society. Sure, just add a sin tax on top of that shit and let it rip.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
anything, well, my only caveat with that is that I want marijuana federally regulated and then made legal by select states only because it serves to dismantle the interstate commerce clause that I
Yeah,
hate with a
I hear
fucking
you talk
passion.
very at length about. I think it's called the Hayes Amendment or something like this.
The Hughes
The
Amendment?
Hughes Amendment. Thank you for
Yeah.
clarifying.
Well, yeah, again, that's another callback to President Reagan there.
Hmm. Well, I do seriously hope that however that works out, that allows for interstate commerce, like to not be federally regulated. That would be
Well,
amazing.
the Hughes Amendment is like one part of it. The Hughes Amendment is an amendment to the National Firearms Act, which I'm primarily focused on.
Right.
Like, as of right now, civilian legal automatic weapons are still like, it's more an issue of them being exorbitantly expensive.
Yeah, the tax stamp is silly.
Oh, not even the tax stamp. Like, just because there's a limited pool of them, they keep going up in price. Like,
Yeah.
the reason the NRA will never advocate for the Hughes Amendment to be repealed is because a lot of their investments are in transferable machine guns that just keep going up in price. Because you also have hundreds of them being lost, damaged, or otherwise destroyed.
That's kind of shitty that the biggest gun lobby doesn't want to repeal gun control
Because they're
because it
not the
increases the
fucking gun
value.
lobby.
Yeah.
They're a bunch
The
of,
left will have you figured otherwise.
well, of course, because the left is filled with dipshits and the NRA is filled with cocksucking fuds.
Hmm.
The NRA is an ineffectual, limp-wristed bunch of. Oh, I had to stop myself there.
Yeah,
But
no.
like, imagine all of the colorful language that I could apply to them, and they
Yes,
very much
you could
deserve
have.
it.
I'm sure you could have gone at length, and I would have been very happy to hear you.
Yeah. I'm trying not to make more problems for me when
know-
I have to edit this. But the
Okay.
my point being is the reason I dislike the Commerce Clause is because it allows the feds to involve themselves basically into anything that should be a state level issue. Like, for example, the feds technically can involve themselves in any self defense shooting because your firearm was manufactured in a different state and the ammo was likely manufactured in a different state. Therefore, per the Commerce Clause, the feds could make it federal jurisdiction. It gets that ridiculous. But the marijuana trade carves out exceptions from the interstate commerce clause. And because they postulate basically that marijuana that's grown in state and never leaves the borders of the state this is not subject to the commerce clause. And Texas is trying to do something similar with suppressors, with the suppressor freedom law that came into effect, and then the feds sort of instantly started complaining about it, and is currently the subject of a case that's headed for the Supreme Court. They're having back and forths whether or not the plaintiffs had standing and whatnot. But basically, the weed trade as it currently exists builds up a case for me having suppressors that I don't have to pay a tax stamp on and don't have to report to the feds. And, the fewer details of my life that I have to report to the feds, the better.
Hmm. Um.
So offer me repealing the NFA in its entirety and conjoin that with legalizing marijuana and I'm your man.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I would love a politician that does that.
Yeah.
I want to ask you like a hypothetical about sensible gun control, but I do want to mention one other thing, and
Go
that's
ahead.
that just before Kamala got mentioned as the new pick for the Democrats,
Mhm.
I heard my just to bring up another politician before we go into the law debate. My dad and my mom were both like, I really hope Michelle Obama puts her hat in because, wouldn't it be awesome if Obama came up and was like, "My fellow Americans, I'm happy to be up on this stage, not as your president, but as your first husband."
That is the most cucked shit ever and would be very on brand for him, I
Yeah,
guess.
I don't blame you, but I tried to explain to them that there's an entire generation of children who are like who really hate Michelle Obama because they ruined their school. She ruined their school lunches,
Yeah,
and they
yeah,
still have
she's
PTSD over
responsible
that.
for making pizza a vegetable.
Yeah, I God, the change in the ingredients and the portion sizes, I have to say, and the way that those changes in ingredients made the food taste. If I am at school and the government is feeding me and my parents are relying on the government to feed me, I should not feel hungry after having your government issued lunch. Let me put it to you like that.
That makes sense, yeah. Like for at the extent that your parents still pay taxes, they fund self-same government, and the government decides to give you back a service, that service should be of a certain standard.
Yeah.
That's understandable. I mean, on top of that, just, Big Mike being a nonsensible candidate just because what the fuck are Michelle Obama's competences outside of begrudgingly not divorcing Obama during his last years in office?
Was there some sort of scandal there in why she would have?
There were some kind of murmurs about them having some kind of marital problem. I'm generally disinterested in it, but it sort of contributes and compounds the problem of her being a literal who.
Yeah.
Like, what the
Um
fuck are your qualifications?
did you hear that the FCC is coming in because Biden funds are being transferred to Kamala and it's like
Well,
they're
there's
like
definitely an issue there because Biden was, as far as I understand, installed into the position of the Democratic nominee per a voting process. And I'm not sure how inter-party voting would sort of collide with election law. Something I have not looked at, something I don't particularly care to look at because
it's only relevant every 4 years, right? And in an incredibly rare circumstance like this,
yeah.
where a nominee drops out and their funds are being transferred to
I
the
mean, I guess it
yeah
should on paper go back to whatever packs originated them and then have them redonate. But uh, since the Democratic Party isn't technically a governmental body, it's like an organization that's somewhat outside of the governance process. It's people self-organizing to then present a candidate. I would see their charter potentially allowing those funds to move back and forth, and it's generally not something I'm too bothered about, despite the fact that, yes, we know that usually the candidate that outspends his opponent is more likely to win. We also need to factor in the fact that Kamala is just a fiercely unlikable cunt.
yeah
And
yeah no her I mean, I don't think that anybody has forgotten the way that she was completely and totally dismantled by Tulsi Gabbard.
I mean, listen, Hawaiians know how to roast a pig.
Golly, golly. Ooh, yeah, that was spicy. But circling back around, I want to ask you, what does sensible gun control mean to you? Just as like a
uh,
vague, open-ended question.
I would loosen some of our existing restrictions. I would be willing to have a conversation on whether or not felons as a blanket category should be prevented from owning firearms. I think if someone has a
Mm,
non-violent felony such as, I don't know, insurance fraud,
yeah,
that shouldn't probably prevent them from owning firearms. Just since their crimes against society are not violent, therefore their access to firearms is questionable. But then the counter argument is if they are so dangerous for society that we can't trust them with a gun, why are they out in society? Shouldn't they be kept locked up for until the end of their natural lives?
yeah, but I
And
mean, not all
again,
felonies are created equal, obviously. Just
exactly.
just
So
as you're addressing.
gray area. I don't have a strong stand either way. Like this is an area where I'm willing to converse.
Well,
Having to go through the process of a 4473 to purchase a gun through a dealer is, I think, within the acceptable margins. Like this is
yeah.
also
I
a
mean,
component I'm generally okay with.
you've got to be really hurting if the 3 day wait period to go through an FFL is going to be the thing that
Well,
prevents you
listen,
from,
for one, I don't have a 3-day wait period.
Oh, well, yeah, state dependent on who does and doesn't. But yeah, yeah,
No,
yeah.
it's state dependent, and like I'm a concealed carry license holder. Like I just
Right.
waltz in, I pay for my gun, and I take it. That's it. And
Really?
yeah, well, that's because to acquire my concealed carry license, I go through a more thorough background check every 5 years. That's like
Which is
facilitated
valid
by
for
the
the purchase of
FBI.
firearms, I'm assuming.
It's not only
At least.
valid for, well, it's a different system. So your 4473 always goes through the NICS system, and the
Hmm.
NICS system is a more surface level check than what I go through for my firearms license. So
Right.
it's just understood on a state level that if I went through the trouble of going through like a deep FBI background check of having my fingers
Yeah.
fingerprinted and whatnot, like I'm definitely not an offense risk.
Yeah.
If we look at just the sheer statistics, concealed carry license holders are 5 times less likely to commit any kind of crime than cops. Like we are the safest cohort to be allowed to handle guns, and
Hmm.
among others, for that reason, Texas just allows me to bypass a waiting period.
Yeah.
But
I'm not sure what
yeah,
it's like over in my tropical paradise, but
mm,
I'm fairly certain unless you probably had like a K license for security or like the detective's license. I'm sorry, it's the G license that's the armed license. The K license is an armed. K might be investigator. D was unarmed.
is Tropical Paradise Florida?
Yeah, I'm really bad at because I started referencing the actual numbers on the license or letters on the license. Yeah,
Yeah.
Florida's a
Uh,
wonderful place.
I know that my carry license is accepted in Florida, so we have reciprocity. I'm not
Nice.
sure how that. If I don't think I can buy guns in Florida because I need to be a resident for that, and same with Texas. Like you can't buy a firearm in Texas if you're not a resident.
That
But yeah, back to your original question. I think the way Texas does it is pretty optimal. The only thing I would do is deregulate suppressors just full stop. I don't think it should be regulated by the ATF or by anyone for that matter. It's ridiculous that they are. I don't think SBRs and short barrel shotguns should be regulated in any way, above what a standard serialized firearm would be.
right.
And there's an argument to be made that, yeah, modern machine guns should also be within reach for civilians.
Well, they still
Because,
fire one bullet at a time.
what do you mean?
Just because they're firing each individual bullet really quickly, like at 900 rounds per minute, doesn't mean
Yeah.
that they aren't firing a single projectile with
Well,
each.
yeah, it's like the use case for them still remains pretty much the same. They become more effective in certain scenarios. And like for home defense, I would prefer to have, well, not a burst fire because burst fire guns suck,
Yeah.
but I would like to have access to full auto just to not have to train myself to go through the semi-auto cycle of, while engaging with a hostile at the end of my bedroom corridor. And
Yeah.
generally, the spirit of the Second Amendment is such that I, as a civilian, should be able to be armed to reasonable parity with a potential occupying state or potential enemy, internal or external. So, yeah,
The only
I,
reason you can't legally own that machine gun is because the CIA got mad that the Black Panthers were defending themselves after they
yep,
went after
exactly.
them.
Yep,
For real.
yep, yep, yep. Was it the CIA? I thought it was the FBI.
You could forgive me for confusing one three-letter bureau for another, I imagine.
Fair enough. Yeah. See, I only know that one is not supposed to be operating on domestic soil, and the other one shouldn't be doing the way they're operating on domestic soil.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn,
But
damn.
basically, yeah, my idea of sensible gun control is Texas minus the NFA.
Yeah, Um, I I think the conclusion I come to is probably very similar, and I'm glad that you
Hmm.
actually brought up reciprocity for convicted felons and nonviolent offenses because I think that that's not something that people consider enough. Is like the that shall not be infringed is being infringed legally due to the in the same way that they can't vote anymore. I think that was part of Andrew Yang's platform is
That's
giving
also state
felons the
dependent, by
right
the
back
way.
to vote. Is it?
Yeah, that's by state, and again, that's part of the same conversation. Like if we think that these people can't participate in society on the level that we disallow them from voting or from owning firearms, should they even be out and about? Like if we consider their crime to be that heinous, because our prison system is definitely not reformative. There are
Right.
some things that I would like, there are changes and practices that I would like it to onboard to become a reformative system as opposed to a criminal university.
Well, um, I definitely think that the line would be better served being drawn at explosives and destructive devices rather
Yeah.
than machine guns and
Yeah,
short barrel rifles.
there's a practicality aspect to it. Like explosives in unlicensed access are just
Yeah,
a
a recipe for
hazard.
disaster.
Well, it's a hazard in and of itself for just
Yeah,
the people engaging in it. Like
yeah,
explosives, we can agree as a society that it's okay to jump through a few hoops to have access to them. Then
yeah.
again, you could make the argument that maybe the hoops should be a little bit wider. So I maybe
Hmm.
don't have to apply for a professional hard to come by license if I just want some military grade flashbangs.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, in the regulation around so many things. What's tragic is that in my area there was an incident of very unfortunately, I don't know if it
Mm.
was a sheriff or a SWAT officer or what jurisdiction he was under, but a small child actually died because a flashbang was set off too close to them and some of the shrapnel killed them. And
Mm-hmm.
I think
Yeah.
the child had to be like 2 or 3. I'm sure this was national news, so maybe you're familiar with the story.
I don't believe I've heard of it, but I can easily see it. And again, it's not to joke on a subject as morbid as that, but it's
Yeah.
a direct callback to my favorite meme about the four horsemen of only the government should have guns. I
Yeah.
think, I'm pretty sure that I have more range time and also better grouping on my subcompact handgun than most cops right now on the service.
Well, as much as they pay for your range time and ammo, if you're up to your knee in casework or trying to get your patrols in and having a
Yeah,
family after the fact, realistically, how much time are you spending at the range, right?
not a lot.
Yeah, exactly. You know.
That's why
Um
I disagree on the face of it with the argument that defunding the police is the solution. It's also
yeah.
very funny that the argument for defunding the police and like abolishing the prison system comes from the same people who want gun laws reinforced, and that's a non-starter, and it's a mutually those are mutually exclusive things.
Yeah, I
Why
mean,
if you're going to try to slap me with a 10-year prison sentence for having a brace on my rifle, who the fuck is gonna enforce it if you've defunded the
this
police?
tennis ball makes this gun illegal. Yeah,
I'm not sure.
become unenforceable.
I'm not sure what the tennis ball currently
Okay,
falls
so
under. I
the
know what
buffer
you're
stock,
describing.
the buffer tube
Yeah,
on an AR platform, if you have the pistol, because it
yeah.
comes out. If you were to cut open and affix a
Yeah, I've seen those. I've seen those. I'm just not sure where that falls in legally. Whether
well,
that's already
because
in
it
SBR.
it proves intentionality that you're shouldering the buffer tube, I
You're
suppose.
shouldering stocks. Not stocks,
Yeah.
excuse me. You're shouldering braces.
Yeah, I mean, as far as like the short barrel rifle versus pistol, like with the stock or whatever, there are so many legal loopholes
Well, it's a
that
stupid
is it?
law on the
Yeah,
face of it. Like,
exactly.
it's a
Yeah.
nonsensical regulation to begin with because SBRs are not dangerous and unusual.
Well, not only that, but I mean, they'd have a worse effective range. So if you're worried about
Yeah.
like somebody, I don't know. It's exactly as you described.
Well, listen,
There's no way you go
SBRs.
at it and it makes any sense, right?
Listen, yeah, yeah. Well, for one, the SBR regulation was introduced as to prevent people circumventing the proposed process for handguns because
Right.
handguns were supposed to become an NFA item under the proposed text of the GCA originally, which they just didn't. And the circumvention clause just stayed in because nobody bothered to take it out, and that's why we have SBRs and SBSs regulated as they are. SBRs are preferred for a number of use cases. There's like my
CQB,
home defense setup.
home defense, exactly. You know,
Yeah,
you don't want to be so far out against and away from your wall, or you don't want barrel obstruction.
you want to be able to maneuver. I don't need the terminal velocity of a 20-inch barrel when I'm essentially doing CQB. I would enjoy not losing my hearing in the process and not relying on like occlusion.
Yeah, no, with the hearing part, definitely.
Yeah, yeah. I don't have the time to put on ear pro, nor do I particularly want to because I need to listen for audio cues for where my hypothetical target is. And I also want like a compact little rifle that sends hate down range and is
Hmm.
creates a good temporary cavitation like at a distance of say I don't know like 7 feet. Excuse me, 7 yards.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The second you put things into yards or meters, people don't realize just how far, 5, 7, 12, 15, even 20 meters is until you sit them down and you go, okay, that's 2 football innings right there. And they go,
Hmm.
oh, okay, right.
Listen, I unfortunately deviate from the real American way of measuring distance, those being football fields and numbers of beer cans.
Yeah, no, I'm unfortunately subject to an unreasonable American standard, but after playing a lot of Cyberpunk 2020, it's helped bring me more in line to thinking about things in metric, as well as just I guess general firearms knowledge. Like it's
I mean, I
it's
grew
much
I
easier.
grew up with metric, so I had to
Yeah.
like transfer over the other way around.
Even though it's inaccurate, I always just assume that a yard is a meter, and that's my
Hmm.
my like slapdash way
I
of
mean,
doing it rough.
it's about that. It's about that.
The only problem is when you get into distances like greater than 100 or 200 that it starts to get
Yeah.
inaccurate. But yeah, yeah, yeah,
Because you're accumulating inaccuracies in that
yeah.
transfer. Usually it's material for like precision shooting because there's this whole debate of like whether you want to use yards or whether you want to use like kilometers and then what are your corrections? How are you zeroing that stuff? Fortunately, I don't have to do that kind of precise math because I
Thankfully,
never engaged with sharpshooting.
yeah. I can't imagine. In the same way that I've heard somebody describe firing civilian artillery shoals as cornhole for assholes. It just I don't know. It doesn't seem like the most fun way to engage with a firearm is to sit there and meticulously plot out windage and
It's a useful
aperture
skill
and
set. I'd like
oh,
to
for
have it.
certain, it's most certainly like the utility of it is not to be underestimated. It's just that
Yeah.
like you could be a door kicker guy or a CQB expert or really like a John Wick with handguns and gun fu, or you could take a nice sit down and pull out your calculator and plot graph and adjust your scope and scratch your ass a little bit and
Listen, I would rather do that, honestly. Kicking
it's
down
it
doors
sounds a
exposes,
lot, yeah.
yeah, it puts you in harm's way. It's generally, not an environment, it's not an endeavor that you should take up alone, by the way. Not that sharpshooting is designed for, the solo
Yeah.
operator, but kicking down doors even less so.
Oh,
The
absolutely.
Yeah, a lot of the operating standards that we're used to seeing in the context of kicking down doors relies on a whole plethora of just background work that is done by a whole team of people, such as, threat assessments, recon,
Yeah.
equipment support, and whatnot. And
Hmm.
that's just not something that you have access to as a civilian, nor
Nope.
again is it something that I want to do. I would much rather, and eventually I'll get around to finishing my DMR build, and it'll be something that's rated up to 2 kilometers for accurate shooting, and then yeah, I'll dedicate some time to learning some best practices.
So I'm familiar with rural areas or, certain circumstances where people are trapped in cars or their condition is so critical that civilians would, in theory, be given CAS medevac. Like that's something that has happened before in history. I
Hmm.
just wonder how long it'll be before we have a trauma team like company that will dedicated be your CAS medevac, right?
I think that's included in certain higher end insurance plans. I'm
Wow. So
pretty
it's
sure
literally real.
I'm pretty sure it would be. I could
Yeah.
imagine that something like if it's an executive tier medical insurance plan where like you pay exorbitant premiums, like say
Yeah.
$1,000 a month, but that $1,000 a month also gives you medevac and stuff like that.
Hmm. Damn.
If it's not, someone should get on it. Though the question is, what would be your client pool? Isn't enough? Is it enough to sort of
Yeah.
carry that? Although
Yeah.
with a more limited client pool, it's also less likely that anyone will ever make use of it.
That's
So
the idea is you just collect on the premiums and, you only
yeah,
have to send out a team, once every couple of years.
yeah.
But
If one of those assholes, breaks a leg while they're skiing in Aspen or something, there you go.
yeah. Uh
I've been looking into cash networks more and more. Ways to Well looks pretty cool. I just need to come up with the extra cash to sort of send that way because insurance medicine has its place. It does certain things. It's there in case of emergencies, and it mostly covers all of your bases. But anything that's attempting to approach being optimal, it's it's not fit for purpose. You're gambling with your primary care provider and you're depending a lot on their specific training and their specific
yeah.
hangups and their willingness to negotiate with the
The
insurance
insurance
company.
company. I had this problem exactly because I as part of being an Uber driver, hitting like a
Hmm.
gold or platinum status, they finally were able to offer me health insurance. So I
Nice.
started paying my premium. I had my insurance on hand and I went to a dentist. And I had not been to a dentist since my mom took me when I was 18,
Uh-huh.
right? So I was so proud that I was finally not being a British fuck and going and taking my dental health into my own hands. And I go through the whole process. They x-ray my teeth, they go through all of this, and right as they're about to start cleaning my mouth, right, they come in and they're like, actually sir, we've gone over your insurance plan, and it turns out that your dental plan, it only covers clean mouth cleanings.
What the fuck is that?
So evidently, having been a smoker for so long, or because I had taken so long between my last visit to a dentist, the cleaning I would have needed, was more extensive than what my policy provided, and they were not willing. My insurance wasn't willing to pay for it, and they certainly
Uh-huh.
weren't willing to.
Oh, I mean, they could
Yeah,
stick you with the bill, but I doubt you'd want to
No,
pay
I
that.
did not have the money as an Uber driver at the
Yeah.
time to pay the full premium. So,
I am skittish about like finding out exact coverage. My dental is an entirely separate policy,
hmm,
and like even then I usually like call ahead, I give them my information and I make sure that that they check for everything that it's under the coverage. And the most I had to push back on it wasn't with dental, it was with like a general practice clinic, and I just wanted my blood work done a little bit more frequently than once a year. Or just have a more extensive blood panel done.
hmm,
And like, fortunately, my doc is pretty good at motivating these kind of things, but I sort of give him additional ammo, saying
right.
that you don't have my previous medical history, none of it. What are your reference? What are your benchmarks? What are your reference ranges? You don't know that. Therefore, in order to provide a standard of care, you have to run the extensive panel. And he's like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, it's never going to hurt to give your doctor more info. The problem is
Hmm.
getting them to collect the extra info.
Yeah, yeah. You need to give. Yeah, again, it's an issue of picking your doctor. which unfortunately is a science in and of itself. It does require you to pay a lot of attention, but then again, most things are like that.
You know,
It
this is why I think most Americans' health insurance policy is a pack of Marlboro Reds and, 2 lottery tickets.
uh, it's probably a combination of certain things. Like we're not we don't have a culture of buying into it. Like we're fed the promise of if only we had socialized healthcare, then we wouldn't need all of this, and that health insurance is only for the rich.
Yeah.
And once you start doing the math on that, it doesn't check out because what that turns into is in order to fund a socialized healthcare plan, you would need to pay significantly more in taxes than what you would pay for a fairly advanced insurance plan out of pocket. And but unfortunately most people just don't make that connection and they sort of end up in a place of, well, I should have this for free and I'm not going to sort of correct my circumstances by going out and doing the adult thing of buying at least a basic health insurance plan.
I don't think that the health insurance system needs to be socialized. I just think it needs to be regulated in a way that makes interfacing with it not hair pulling and overly and like complicated, right? Like a sensible regulation to the types of policies and clear outlines as to what they do and don't cover, and a simplification of that. In the same way that in security work, at least in a tropical paradise, we'll call it, as in every company, no matter what sort of titles and positions they'll give their staff,
Mhm.
the authority structure within a security firm in that state is always going to be an officer, a supervisor, a manager, and then a head of security, which would essentially be like the CEO or the big cheese at your particular security firm, right?
Mhm.
And there are no other positions that exist in terms of regulation or pay other than this. So it would be like if our health insurance, all companies had to provide a standard of care that fell within these 4 categories, and then the companies could individually figure out the prices that they're going to serve based on their businesses to their customers. Blah blah blah. Capitalism, right? Like just fit it in 4 more simpler boxes for me, right? Like the
Yeah.
executive plan, the premium plan, the plus plan, and the standard plan, right?
Isn't it already like that to a certain extent? Like, with the
No,
exception
well,
of the fact that there's also like an additional layer of Medicaid and Medicare, like at the bottom of everything, that being an actual government funded healthcare plan that comes out of our taxation, by the way, already. But on top of that, like there is a set standard of care that they're supposed to provide, and it's, alleviating any kind of acute conditions that conflict with your quality of life.
mm, if only.
Is that standard enough? Not really.
Mm, yeah.
I disagree. I think that preventative medicine is actually cheaper than trying
Well,
than treatment based medicine.
you know what? You're absolutely right. Now that you bring up that point, is that if you nip something in the butt before it becomes a larger problem, then you
Yeah.
you definitely save money. Just like
Yeah.
how preventable in theory is diabetes or
Extremely
yeah,
preventable.
exactly.
Unless it's directly hereditary, which is what? It's type 1 diabetes, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
The type 2 is lifestyle driven. I
Mm.
hate to break it to you, like, but putting down the fork is a solution.
You know, I gotta say that as somebody who was at one point very heavy, I'm
Mm.
5'9". At my heaviest, I was 267. That
Whoa.
was 3 pounds away from 270, 30 pounds away from 300, halfway to my 600-pound life, and none of those numbers were good, were they?
Yeah, that doesn't sound too great. The heaviest I got was I think 220.
Ooh, yeah, yeah. That must have been a good Christmas. You must have had like the best Thanksgiving,
No, I was just on a very dirty bulk and I was just
Mm.
enjoying eating well and moving around daddy weight. It was
No,
like I liked having my joints be well lubricated, have
yeah.
the excess water to exert that effort.
Yeah.
It's fucking nice, you know. It's nice to comfortably just rattle around a deadlift of 405.
Well, right now, I haven't measured myself like too recently, but like my most of my recent measurements, I float anywhere between 164.5 to about
Oh,
167. So I've
that's kind
I've
of
I've
rough for 5'9".
yeah, no, I'm very, under where my weight should be. So
Yeah.
if I had the opportunity to be 220 again, even though that's a little extra, I wouldn't mind at all for the same reasons you were saying, having the strength and the water weight. Because I feel like an emaciated skeleton. I had to move a bunch of furniture to like redo my floors. I can't tell you, in the same way that my lats are so sore from tennis wrist and throwing my arm. I feel so weak just lifting things, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah, I can see. Listen, I'm currently on a cut. I'm maintaining something between like on a good day, it's going to be a 300 to 400 calorie deficit per day.
Mm.
And unless I am very deliberate with taking like actual pharmaceutical grade collagen, my joints feel like tissue paper.
Mm.
So I can sort of, intuit the state of discomfort you're in. That being said, 220, there are very different variants of being 220.
Mm.
220 that you get from mostly carbohydrates is not going to make you feel terrific. It's going to be, if anything, a state of constant inflammation.
Not only the inflammation, but bloating and nausea and like,
Bloating, the bad VO2 max, just the pressure
yeah.
on your heart. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The only 220 that I would, advocate for is a 220 that's derived entirely from eating good Texas steak and, lifting heavy things
If
and
I
maybe
gained
sometimes
60 pounds in muscle right now, you know how ridiculous that would be. I would look like Giga Chad.
that would be so based. I am honestly, I am listen, I am attempting it basically that. I'm going to diet past my I'm currently right
You're gonna
I'm
look like The
approaching
Rock.
200.
You're gonna
I
eat the 8,000 calories a day and burn 12,000.
I think the Rock's diet is informed by the fact that he's taking a lot of gear,
Well,
realistically.
yeah, most people
Yes.
who get that big, you gotta
And
help out. You gotta feed a machine like that.
well, you need to make that machine run that fast, first of all. But second of all, that's sort of an understood statement. I'm not ready to go on the sauce just yet. I think I haven't
Yeah,
maxed out my natural potential. But the plan for right now is for me to diet to where I have clearly visible abs, because
yeah,
right now it's more of the serratus, more of the obliques that are clearly visible. Like I'm lacking that
yeah.
straight down the middle deep cut. So hopefully,
I
once
would
I
take
get
bigger shoulders and arms and lats like the back to give me the Dorito V and keep my fupa and my little bit of loose skin from being fat right now than I would keeping my upper body as it is and then having a six pack, because a nice core would look nice and all, and I'd really love to be able to do those crunches and lift my leg and be more flexible, but the Dorito V shape up on the top is definitely, as far as aesthetics are concerned, like
the V taper is reasonable. I currently have a V taper. Like my
mm,
shoulders are two sizes above my waistline, and it's fairly comfortable.
yeah.
Apart from the fact that I need to custom make all of my suits, but that's besides the
Yeah.
point. Yeah, like dressing is difficult, but at the same time, concealed carrying is easy because I just need to wear a shirt that's appropriate for my shoulder width, and then everything else just naturally overhangs and my gun doesn't print. But
Yeah, that's
that's
another
besides the
part of the
point. Yeah.
fupa that's really convenient, is the extra cushion it gives you when concealed carrying.
I would imagine that it's not too comfortable, like it would be pressing
It gets
against it.
sweaty, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so the project here, the abs are a vanity project. It's not a
Yeah,
practical
no,
thing to
yeah. I
have.
mean, you
But
can have functional core strength without necessarily having the abs, but
yeah,
it
yeah.
100% worth the vanity.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, I just want to have visible abs again because
Right.
every time I look at my like peak training photos and I
Hmm.
have those visible abs all bite while weighing like 160,
Wow.
like I can do that, okay? Like I know I am physically my body is capable of operating at that low a body fat while
Right.
also actively training. So me being in my current state of having the free time, having access to good food and having access to good training, I should be able to put myself in that state. So it's just something that I want to do. So I'm going to diet down as far down as I'm able while staying sane. And fortunately, I've become mostly numb to dieting at this point.
Mm.
So I am no longer physically suffering from the fact that I am drinking kefir mixed with casein mixed with collagen instead of eating the entire Domino's pizza. I'm kind of fine with that. I'm past that. But I plan to diet down as far as I'm able, and then I'm gonna go on a very meticulous and like very slow bulk, and I'm gonna try to bulk correctly this time without, growing out too much extra tissue and focusing on the protein.
Yeah, I've definitely heard a lot of science and talk around the idea of the dirty bulk, right? Like
There is no science that supports the dirty bulk. There's just
Yeah.
none.
Okay. Well, I would definitely take your word for it.
Uh, you don't have to take mine. There are way smarter and better trained people and like who are very specific to this field. And
Yeah.
Alpin is going to tell you the same thing. If we want to go for you like media famous people, Mike Israetel is going to tell you the same thing that dirty bulking is not a great idea just because the mechanics of dirty bulking will mean you'll put on more tissue that you don't need, and therefore you're then going to spend more time getting rid of it instead of working on, the rest of your temple. But
Right.
your ask for like a functional V-taper kind of build is very reasonable, and I
Hmm.
hope you'll be able to pursue that.
As soon as my income becomes a little more stable and I'm able to properly, get nutrition in the body
Yeah,
so that I
fingers
can,
crossed.
yeah. Well, I'm trying to put the foot forward for sure. So,
Yeah.
we'll see. By the same token, we're VTubers, so in theory, if I had grinded on this end of things a little more rather than being in Ghost Town, waiting to re-debut, I will say that the one thing I miss about my content is when I first started here in our little networking community, we'll call them, right?
Mm.
Um, that I was very focused on YouTube and that my first two things were videos, right? Uh,
Ah.
yeah. I did who was the first VTuber, right? Just as like a
Hmm.
that's supposed to be evergreen content. Like
Yeah.
people are always going to want to know who the first in something was, so that was my hope in producing that. And as being somebody who had not otherwise been as introduced to the VTubing scene, it was a fun experiment for me to learn about the origins of it and then explain what I managed to find to the world, right?
Mm.
Um, the other video I did, I worked on with a friend of mine since he's a big music head, and he's gifted me his bass. I would love to get into music a little more. I definitely want to sing and do covers, but this title is a mouthful. It's called "The Legacy of Daddy DJ: How a Melody Inspired a Generation."
Mm.
Um, that's the you ever heard the melody? Da 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 da
Yeah,
da
I
da.
believe I
Yeah,
have.
yeah. Well, there's the first song that ever did that was by a French dude named Daddy DJ in a song
It's
called
not
Daddy
it's not
DJ.
very inspiring if I'm being completely transparent. For
No,
me,
not at
for me
all.
it's a hallmark of it being shitty electric music
Yeah.
or rather shitty dance music.
Um, I guess the title was a little like it was most certainly hyperbolic, right?
Well, listen, I understand that you
Yeah,
need to
yeah,
approach it from a place of positivity if you're
yeah,
going to
yeah.
be covering it from like there's a reason to pay attention for it, and it's odd to deride the subject of your video essay. I get that.
Yeah.
Or at least to do so out of the gate.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I felt like the funniest part of that was being able to talk about Crazy Frog and then later claiming that it sets precedent that he was the second VTuber ever as a callback to the first video.
A bit of a stretch, but okay.
Well, in the video, the VTuber video, I try to make the argument that Max Headroom is actually the first VTuber, despite the phrase not even being coined.
Hmm.
You can maybe see my argument for that, right?
I don't know who Max Headroom is, so.
Okay, so Max Headroom was a character created for a TV series that was later picked up by ABC, but it was made by a bunch of Brits who later went on to do the Super Mario Brothers movie begrudgingly. Anyway,
Hmm.
they really hit it out of the park with Max Headroom because it's the story of a reporter named Edison Carter who goes to figure out the truth about a conspiracy called blipverts, where the TV networks are introducing 3-second long ads, but the overstimulation is causing fat cells in people to explode spontaneously. So only morbidly obese people watching these blipverts are dying from spontaneous combustion. So he breaks the story on this conspiracy, and then the corporate goons, like the Boeing assassins, come to whack him. Right.
Hmm.
Well, he manages to escape the building with the conspiracy, and right as he's riding out on his motorcycle, he crashes. He comes over a security barrier, and his head slams right into a sign that says Max Headroom. Then they're like, "But this is our top reporter. What do we do?" So they digitize him, right? They like steal his soul and they put it in the computer. But he wakes up from his coma and he's just fine. And now there's this digital version of this guy Edison Carter, and they decide to name him Max Headroom because in his infancy that's all he could say. Because the memories this guy had from his coma, the last thing he saw was the words Max Headroom, right?
Hmm.
Point being, he was a wildly popular media icon outside of the television series because he ended up becoming a spokesman for Coca-Cola. He was in a
Huh.
ton of advertisements. He made appearances on late night shows live, back when they had only analog technologies and they needed to So the idea is that he's computer generated, right? But
Uh-huh.
they would use prosthetics and the actual actor to play the part, and then they would cleverly edit it so that he would have like glitch effects, you know what I mean? Like
Hmm.
stuttering and that sort of thing we typically see with AI depictions in media. The glitched AI, right?
Yeah.
He was the progenitor of that. And my argumentation is that because he was the original like synthetic talking head in the television, that sort of makes him the first VTuber. But my friend also started we delved deeper down that logic, and we were he was like, I think I asked him something like, well, a puppet would count as a VTuber, right? Because it's an avatar by which you're conveying a message or story, right?
Technically, yes.
Yeah. I
Well, for
the
that's why you could call the early era of like skeptic YouTube VTubers, basically. They're all PNG tubers to a certain extent.
Yeah, there was there
The
were
pseudon the pseudonymous nature while using avatars, sometimes animated, sometimes semi-animated.
mm, we definitely changed everything by giving this avatar usage a clearly defined name and phenomenon.
Yeah.
Though it you could mark it as a paradigm shift in the way we view media.
Well, it's definitely had a big impact on media. It's become very mainstream, and
Yeah.
Japan, being the place that invented VTubers, was the first one to figure out that VTubers are idols but better,
Yeah.
and has promptly proceeded to replace a lot of idol media with VTubers. Hololive is basically that. They're an idol agency where the talents are VTubers.
Yeah, I'm the big corpos. A lot of them. I wasn't. They weren't particularly on my radar until just before I started, about December of
Hmm.
2023, 2024 is when, because I had known VTubers personally, as far
Hmm.
back as my childhood, right? Some of them, right? Like
Yeah.
I had known that some of them were indies, at different points in their lives. But yeah, there's definitely a few people that I know who have made it. We'll say,
Hmm.
yeah,
Damn, I got I got nothing here. I started with watching The not the first gen of VTubers, the first gen that was more or less visible. So Kizuna
Right.
Ai, uh, Natsumi Moemi. No, wait, Natsumi and Moemi are different characters. They blend for me because they're like very similarly designed, and they were in the same clique, but one is English language, the other one is Japanese language. So that cohort of early VTubers I've watched extensively, and once the VTuber stack became a little bit more palatable for someone technologically ignorant like myself, then I was sort of able to hop onto it despite playing around with the concept in my head for quite a while, just lacking the tools to actuate it.
Other than keeping up with the people I actually know, I out of all of the corpos, I do find the Hollow Star boys, both Tempest and Armis, I think are the two most recent EN generations. If
Mm.
I'm getting the words wrong, then pardon me. But I do like their content quite a bit. I don't
Huh.
watch as frequently or religiously, but I definitely find it you know I
I don't.
definitely go
Yeah.
and watch our people way more than I'll sit down and watch any corpo, right?
Yeah, I'd say I don't watch corpos live full stop just because there's very little value towards it because there's really no interaction to be had at their scale. The only
Yeah,
corpos I pay attention
I've
to,
gotten lucky and been
even,
noticed,
I mean,
and by the people I didn't
yeah,
even know, right?
interesting. I only watch the Japanese corpos and specifically only the Japanese Hollow Girls, and even then, I like limit my attention to Hosho Marin, Shirigane Noel, and Yuzuki Choko. Like those are the ones that I actively like look out for their content and watch it. I guess they're more my speed. They're all of them are at the very least, hag coded. They're more
Mm,
age appropriate for me. Um, and that's pretty
yeah.
much it. And their energy generally matches things that I like to watch. So for some reason, I've managed to, out of all of the Hollow Girls, I've picked out all of the ones that speak Kansai Ben offhand, and it's very funny, especially when they sort of slightly break kayfabe when they're
Yeah.
playing horror games and whatnot.
I
So
wish
that's Mhm.
I wish I had better conversational Japanese if not only for being able to consume more Japanese media, but to more easily communicate with the Japanese people that I do work with or have relations or associations
mm,
with. Like VRC
it's
boxing being one of those
yeah.
examples where the developers are mostly Japanese.
Yeah, that's generally useful. I lack any kind of official certification for my Japanese, which is probably something that I need to address at some point.
Right.
But it
Getting
has
the what
been
is it called? There's levels of
GLPT.
5 to 1, but
Yeah, yeah. I could get N3 easy just
okay.
without any kind of prep.
Right.
And N3 is very easy to get for me. N2 I would probably need to brush up on the kanji curriculum, and
Right.
I'm going to say with a couple months of intense prep with a tutor, I could clear N1. That is the current standard that, well, it at the very least based
I've
on the test assignments that I've seen, but I have no reason for it.
I mean I heard somebody on YouTube describe learning Japanese, and they said that even if you become M or N1, I didn't hear what letter that was
N
specifically.
N
N?
Yeah, N for North.
Okay, okay. N1. Even if you become N1, that's only like a 30% fluency, like actual vocabulary as compared to the rest of the
No,
language.
not really. N1 is a level beyond most native speak. Well, not most, but like definitely beyond a healthy chunk of native speakers.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
There are very few people who are not native Japanese who can clear N1. That's why it's sort of held up as a standard. Like it's basically fluency.
Right. That's interesting. That's very interesting that my conception on the N1 test in a random YouTube video can be corrected by speaking to somebody with actual experience.
Uh, Again, most of my experience in the language is from live fire, for lack of a better description. I was sort of
Right.
thrust into knowing Japanese. Uh, without a lot of choice on my part.
Mm.
But I've enjoyed the
Most people are
experience.
very intentional about trying to visit or move to Japan, so that's very interesting that you
Oh,
say that it was
I was intentional about that. It's just that the language part sort of materialized as a natural continuation of that
right.
because I started engaging with Japanese culture and I had a lot of surface area there. And
Mm.
then I sort of happened upon the fact that, a lot of the successful people that I am aware of speak a couple of languages. So it would probably behoove me, as someone who fashions himself as an intelligent kind of guy, to maybe learn a third language.
S-
And my choices were between Hebrew and Japanese. And like all of the Jews I know speak English or Russian, so there wasn't
right.
really a language barrier there. Japanese, however, was becoming a an expensive skill to not have
Right.
because I was starting to engage more in like mainline martial arts with Japanese instructors and tea
Mm.
ceremony. And the Japanese boomers aren't and even older, like the silent generation, they're not particularly fond or known for knowing a lot of conversational English. They mostly only speak Japanese, and a an interpreter costs about $300 per day to have with you. There,
Ouch.
yeah. So I sort of naturally gravitated towards learning it with a tutor, and I think I've learned with like actually sitting down with a textbook and doing homework and shit. I did that for I think 6 months and maybe longer. I'm blanking on the exact dates now, but basically I did that for a number of maybe I did that for a full year now that I think about it. But there were like intermissions in it based on where I worked and what my availability was. But at some point that sort of broke off, and then I was sort of naturally placed in the position of team interpreter when we went for a Iaijitsu seminar to Japan, because they've organized the seminar, they've organized a group of instructors in sort of positions of authority,
Right.
but then they neglected to organize interpreters. And like essentially what happened was the chief instructor sort of asked, does anyone here speak Japanese? And after a moment of everyone staying silent, I said, well, I understood the question. Okay, then, well, you're the interpreter now.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, ouch. Yeah, you know what? Ah, no. Oh no. It took a second to really sink in just how how baby in the bathwater that kind of situation can be. Cuz
It very
being
much was.
oh no.
I had to interpret for the next week. I was exclusively tasked with interpreting for I can remember it to this day. It was Hanshi Meguro
Mm,
from the Muso Shinden Ryu style. Oh, not just for him. So they rotated instructors from different schools. He's just the one that I remembered because he's the one who almost decapitated me on accident, and
that's a
also,
story.
yeah, and gave me a black eye with the hilt of his sword too.
Oh no.
Yeah, but basically, I spent a week trying to just, will my spoken Japanese into existence while listening to them explain like the technicalities of sword drawing and then rapidly translating that both into English and into Russian simultaneously because there was
Oh
not a lingua
no,
franca between.
simulcast.
Yes. My brain was so cooked.
Oh no.
I I had my I was actively lucid dreaming
No.
about the next day's training session already having started and me having to translate for whoever was speaking at the moment, when in reality I was just sitting up cross-legged in my empty room at night and then waking myself up by my own ramblings.
That sounds like a nightmare to me if I've ever heard one.
It
But
wasn't really a nightmare, but it was just, a hallmark of my brain just being in constant overdrive
yeah,
mode
no,
from having to process it.
I've had work dreams too, but definitely when it comes to languages and like the way your brain switches between them. En español, yo no quiero el queso, solo quiero salar de la trampa.
You're
That
gonna have
means
to, yeah, I need
yeah,
subtitles
yeah.
for that.
Yeah, yeah. That means I don't want the cheese. I just want out of the trap. It's an
Mm,
idiom.
mm.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I see, I see, I see. You being bilingual, you probably have a similar
Uh,
structure for switching between language models as I do.
I wish I was more bilingual than I am because
Well, it depends on the age when you were acclimated to the number of spoken languages you're exposed to.
yeah, I regret when I said I live with a lot of regrets. Here's a fine example of one.
Hmm.
I grew up around my abuelo and my abuela, right? We
Hmm.
had a lot of tios and tias always coming over, and my cousins were always there, right?
Okay.
So they spoke a lot of Spanish, and the fact
Okay.
that uh, entiendo poco y hablo menos, which means I understand little and speak less, is very
Uh-huh.
unfortunate.
Ah.
¿Dónde
Okay,
está
so
tu baño? Where's the bathroom? Yo necesito comida. I need food, right? Like, I
uh-huh.
know the important things.
But never having to actually express yourself in Spanish.
Um, yeah, I mean, I've practiced and drilled some phrases, but never enough
Hmm.
to be conversational, which is the
You
tragic
you
part.
may have, yeah, you may have missed out, especially as a young child. You would have benefited from that just
Greatly, yeah.
miles. Yeah, just up to and including the fact that just your neural connections for verbalizing and then remembering different vocabulary sets would have been entirely different. It would have been a brain fuck for you at the time
Yeah,
because my brain was so cooked by having to operate two languages, I started speaking later. Like
I
I
felt
was.
like that when I first learned manual, but
Mhm.
not for a very long time. You know what I mean? Like once it clicks, it clicks. But when you're first learning and like you're like, oh, I can't let off the gas without hitting the clutch, or I'm gonna stall the engine if it's not running right. Like that is the worst first part of learning
Yeah.
manual. Yeah.
Well, for me, it was a delay in becoming verbal by I think half a year, and
Oh
then
wow. Yeah.
yeah, well, because again, two conflicting language models, and then
Right.
like at the age of 4, I was still basically speaking bits of several languages, like in the within the confines of the same sentence, before I sort of broke those apart into okay, so like in these situations we use this grammatical model and this vocabulary, and this like stays on the sides.
Mm. You know what? As much as it it's like inappropriate to use other languages' words in a way that your language uses them.
Mm.
I for bilingual humor or people who understand both languages, I do find it very humorous. Like oh, Nihongo? No, 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 no. Nihong no. I'm sorry. Gomena sorry, right?
Yeah, I was about to say that for, a community that is ostensibly just, I would say on the face of it is weeabooish to begin with.
Right.
It's not really a criticism we should levy, like casually using other people's other people's languages
Yeah,
in the middle
yeah.
of a sentence.
Yeah, yeah.
It
I
is a
mean,
bit psychotic.
no, um eh, but where I will draw criticisms and be like, hey, that's probably not cool is when you try to impose standards on a language you don't speak. And I'm sure as a Hispanic person you can understand exactly what I'm referring to.
I'm not. Wait, what do you mean?
So you're very gun ho about all of this DEI and like the left Marxist the message, right? Like I get that. I get that.
I'm specifically gun ho on communists ruining nice things like
Yeah, no, I
DEI and
mean,
whatever else. It's
yeah.
just a product of it. Those are
Yeah.
hallmarks of a thing I disagree with.
Well, it's an important distinction. So thank you for making it. I was just struggling to verbalize it, but definitely, both of us coming from escaped communist country backgrounds, I think we
Hmm.
can both sort of
Yeah.
appreciate that sentiment.
I
But
mean,
what I'm
I
saying
have a
is,
less. It's like it's a bit of it's a removed trauma to.
yeah, I'm very removed from that trauma as well.
Yeah,
I
but I
mean,
can point to
yeah,
like specific instances of where like people in my family lineage were wronged by the commies. Like for example, my
yeah.
great grandfather being repressed as a kulak, and as a consequence of that, like 6 of my grandmother's siblings dying the following winter.
Okay, so while I haven't done as much digging as to the way that the communists in Venezuela may or may not have fucked my lineage, funny story on the white side of my family. I am a
Mm,
direct descendant of Davy Crockett, and I've been able to stay at
interesting.
some of his properties.
Oh,
Yeah, that basically makes me Texas royalty, from what I understand.
nice, nice.
Yeah,
That's definitely more lineage than I have claim here for. So
yeah. N-
not only was I born in a fucking Yankee state,
yeah.
and then had to renaturalize into a Texan. I also don't really have any lineage that's just native to the states at any point.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
Yeah, all of my roots are traced to com block countries one way or another.
Yeah, I can't imagine you know, what it's even like growing up in that kind of environment. You said something like 15 years or so.
Yeah, most like I was born here, then we moved back. So basically, I went through schooling and university there, and then I sort of when the time was right, when I've seeped whatever useful skills I could from the environment, I sort of was allowed back basically,
Right.
or allowed myself to repatriate.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I've technically, yeah, no, literally not even technically, never left the country on upon reflection. Like, never got a passport, never I have flown before,
Mm.
which was very recently. I flew from here to North Carolina,
Ah.
but I've been to Tennessee, Kentucky, Texas, and everywhere between that and a tropical paradise.
Well, to be fair, traveling inside of the US is very much like traveling between independent states in Europe. Like even the
Yeah,
sizing and the scale makes sense.
for real. It is it
Yeah.
is it is a feat just to be able to get from one to the other.
And like on a cultural level, it's also very similar. Like a truism that I have lifted from a friend of mine is that it is a misconception that we are just one unitary state. We are that we're a warlike tribe. We are a combination of 50 warlike tribes.
Who all agree to go to war with other people so we don't go to war with ourselves.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh.
Well,
Um,
then, and on top of that, you also have Texas constantly sort of pondering secession.
you know, Godspeed to them if they do.
I disagree with that. Like, as even though we're like the largest economy in the union as of right now, I still,
Oh, the economic
yeah.
flight from California got that bad. Wow, they got owned
Oh,
hard. That's
I
so funny.
mean, the Twitter
Yeah.
and Tesla HQs are also moving to Austin.
Wow. Yeah.
So
So there's
yeah,
that's even more economic drain on California.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
so
Listen,
silly.
California is fucked. They
Yeah.
are completely fucked. I don't think I think the move of the Twitter HQ is just the final nail in the coffin of them receiving any kind of tax revenue. Most of the flight occurred over the course of COVID,
Yeah.
and I sort of curse Californians more than I typically would just for what they've done to real estate prices here because they sold off whatever they had in California and then they ended up with
Came with
so
their
much.
overinflated amounts to come
Yeah,
and
they would have so
yeah.
much cash in hand that they would just buy up land for like 20 or not land, just any kind of real estate they wanted for 20% more than the asking price just to get something right the fuck now.
Well,
And it's funny that, the man almost directly responsible for effectively creating a flow of refugees from his God-begotten state, God-forsaken state rather, is now attempting to lecture the states to which people fled from his hellhole about how we're supposed to live.
yeah. I'm very happy and not surprised that Gavin Newsom or some other Democrat didn't end up me, and they just shoved Kamala because I
Oh,
guess it makes it a lot
God
easier.
knows they would tried.
Yeah,
They would
yeah,
have tried. Gavin Newsom was receiving a lot of he was being fluffed up by people like Bill Mayer, for example.
yeah.
Like up to this point, I didn't know that you could give a sloppy blowjob on even on nighttime cable like the one that Bill Maher gave to Gavin Newsom when he was on. But apparently it's just things you can do now. The thing is that they've sort of circled themselves into a stalemate with having Kamala as vice president, and they would essentially need to have, Mr. American Psycho push a woman of color, a first woman of color VP, and, viable, gigantic air quotes there on the viable part, presidential candidate out of the way to impose his candidacy.
Hmm.
So it's kind of a prison of their own making for them.
I just don't see any timeline where after the assassination attempt that Trump doesn't win
Yeah,
because of how much of a galvanizing force that was. And
yeah,
kind of a morbid perspective, but we were all watching the RNCs, like his speech, and Hulk Hogan and Dana White and Kid Rock doing all of that stuff.
yeah. And Gavin Newsom seething on Twitter.
Yes, yes. Well, part of the reason the viewership for all of that was so high, as a very morbid joke of as a way of putting it, I said to my family, as a way of breaking the ice and the tension as we're all watching, I'm like, the only reason we're all watching this right now is because we're waiting to see if the second tower gets hit, right?
Nah, I think that everyone was too puckered up to try anything,
No, I
anything
agree.
even being
I
remotely
agree, but
possible.
from like a viewership standpoint, and the average American who is not a Trump fan, right? Like, not that the average American is not a Trump fan, but that if you are not a Trump fan as an average American, you are very much more likely to have tuned into this broadcast on the simple fact that after that attempt, it was just like, oh wow, let's see what he has to say,
Oh
right?
yeah, what would to see what he has to say? Definitely, there was definitely a sympathetic component, just because when unreasonable political violence is visited upon you, it's sort of inherently a source of sympathy for any kind of healthy person. Deeply unhealthy people in that setting would occupy themselves with hypothesizing about how it is all staged and how this was just him fluffing his own numbers. Because naturally, if you're already leading your opponent in the polls and you've just emasculated him on a debate stage, you surely want to gamble with the contents of your own cranium by, having someone shoot at your ear with a with a 223.
Yeah, that's every bit of how that was able to happen as more information comes out is just astonishing to me. And hey, I live with a lot of regrets. One of the regrets I have for this podcast is that I had not brought up the Trump assassination or allowed us to stew on that just a little further.
I
Because,
mean,
that is the
listen.
JFK of our generation now. You know what I
Well,
mean?
it's the JFK that lived too.
Yeah,
Listen,
that's
we
so, it's
can
so crazy. I mean, other than like Andrew Jackson, like who else survived assassination attempts in our
Reagan.
president? Yeah, you're right. You're right. It was one of the Manson crazies did that, I think.
I forget, but the thing about JFK, I think that there was also uh, how should I put this nicely? Well, first of all, we don't definitively know what happened because it's still entirely possible. Like the most popular and the most comedic version of how that happened is that the CIA did in fact assassinate him, and Occam's razor does sort of lean in that particular way. But it is also entirely possible that the reason it's still classified is because he was whacked by either the mob or the Soviets, and it's just such a fucking embarrassment for the CIA
Mm.
that they're trying to keep it under wraps. Because like on the face of it, both scenarios are kind of shitty for them. One being they assassinated a sitting president, and the other being they sleptwalk through the mob or the Soviets doing it. Like none of those scenarios are
Yeah,
good.
I mean, it's in the same way that they got caught red-handed trying to kill the Black Panther members, and
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't know if MLK, like his shooting, could be attributed to any sort of glow factor, or if that wasn't just homegrown like prejudice, right?
MLK pretty definitively also points towards the FBI.
Mm, that's
But
so
my
crazy.
yeah, the general point I was making is that I think that what was the point I was going to make? Shit, I lost my train of thought there. The point I was making is that maybe if the CIA or just, the collective glowy has gotten a little bit more subtle with their assassination attempts, that would have sort of produced the environment in which. Okay, so I've managed to assemble myself. So if we operate on the assumption that the feds did assassinate Kennedy, they just did that in a very overt, very, on the nose kind of way with like several shooters and like their backups and whatnot, and then eliminating the alleged shooter. If
So
we
you
assume
you think because of the curving bullet theory that it had to be multiple shooters because it would have been two projectiles, or
I lean towards it. I don't have any kind of definitive opinion one way or the other until it's
okay,
declassified.
yeah,
But the
fair
point I
enough.
was making is, yeah, if we assume that Kennedy was assassinated by the feds and that feds are capable of learning and sort of building upon their prior experiences, and maybe they didn't want to be as overt with a Trump assassination, so they went with a soft staging, more of, tilting, or rather creating a circumstance for the assassination to happen. Then he turns into the modern day JFK that, managed to get away
I
as
just
well.
feel like more people would be willing to speak out if it was a top-down precedence. Like, we're going to make sure that the people in this position don't. I don't think it's like the Illuminati where they're telling the Secret Service men or the local police on the ground, like, you are going to wait an unreasonable amount of time before taking action,
Sure, but
right?
they can deprive him of competent Secret Service personnel. Like, he can be stuck with female Secret Service agents who, by the way, don't even clear his sternum and yet are supposed to shield him from bullets somehow.
In theory, I don't. The guys on camera looked that rushed the stage looked like they were taller than him. I don't know if he was just
Sure,
ducking
then,
down or they were pushing him
but
down or what.
why does he have the two female Secret Service agents? Like, why do you have a Secret Service agent who does not, first of all, carries at 5 o'clock and doesn't
Oh
have the
no.
wherewithal to reholster her gun under stress? Like, that's obviously a lack of training, on top of the fact that she has a fucking fupa that's also preventing her from reholstering, by
That's
the
a
way.
tactical fupa, I'll have you know.
Sure.
Excuse me,
Definitely
excuse me.
didn't look very functional.
Oh no, they rarely are.
I mean, on top of that, you examine her loadout, like she was carrying a Glock 43X. It's a
Okay.
subcompact gun.
I got a lot of flack for trying to bring a subcompact in when I was going to get my armed license. Yeah.
Yeah, like, because I know why I carry a subcompact gun, because
You
I
carry.
carry, and well, I carry in a scenario where I don't want to print. Like, I want to be
Yeah.
very, very covert with my carry. I want there to be no outward indication to anyone who's even paying, like the normal amount of attention you pay to a stranger, to notice the fact that I in fact have a gun on me.
Yeah.
You are the Secret Service. Everyone knows that you have a gun on you. What is the purpose of you having a subcompact gun in an over the waistband holster? Like, those are not things that go together.
Yeah.
Even if you have, like, the argument could be made, oh, like smaller female hands. The Glock 43X, like, you can have a gun with a similar profile that's almost a full-sized gun. Give her a P320
Yeah.
in a
Yeah.
smaller chassis, or like a P365X macro, and that would be a more sensible choice for someone who's on a personal security detail. You don't have to fumble around with a tiny fucking gun.
Yeah.
Not to mention, it's very unlikely that they buy OEM parts for their service weapons. So it means it had a stock 10-round magazine. Who the fuck are you stopping with a 10-round magazine? I wouldn't carry with a 10-round magazine if you asked me to. I carry with 15 and a 20
Yeah.
20 round reload on my belt at my 7 o'clock.
I mean, if you're a Secret Service agent, 10 is not enough. Like, California compliance is not going to cut it.
Exactly, and not only that, you don't need to be
Yeah.
California compliant. Like, you can
Exactly.
have.
You're a Fed, right?
Yeah, you can have MP5s if you felt like it, but for some reason Trump was surrounded by ineffective incompetent women on his security detail
They had the
while
local police with the ARs and plate carriers and tactical helmets like right next to all those service
that's
agents,
not
though.
local police. That's part of the security.
That
That's
was
the,
part of the security detail. Okay.
yeah, those are what's referred to as the hammers. So
Okay.
whenever
Well.
something pops off, the people in the suits cover the principal with bodies and try
Right.
to get him out of harm's way as soon as possible. And these are actual peoples who go out there to hunt whatever looks like a threat.
Okay.
That's the general sort of intersection of those competences, and like there's no fault identified on the part of the counter snipers or the hammers. There were obvious failings on the part of the female Secret Service agents. You know, for
Is there some
one,
argument to be made that if the counter sniper team saw the dude posted up with the rifle, and even if there was like a moment of unclarity, like the moment he was on that roof, he should have been visible, and there should, even if he had not fired yet, the fact that he was holding the gun should have been the indication to fire.
so if they were aware of him, then yes, that would have been their cue to take fire. What people with better knowledge of what actually happened there and of the kit that they had are saying is that they had 40 magnification scopes and they were looking beyond. They were looking to longer ranges.
Because there is no possible way somebody that close would be that brazen, right?
Well, for one, that particular perimeter
supposed to be locked
should
down.
have it should have been locked down. There should have been another Secret Service agent on top of that roof, which would have been standard operating procedure.
The roof team went inside, from what I understand. They were like, "Ah, fuck this, it's too hot."
They were in one of the offices inside, and technically they were also excluding another area where a potential shooter would be. So if you have a competent shooter attempting that shot, he would be inside of a structure on an offset angle from a window and firing a 308 as opposed to a 223.
Right.
But you can't cover that area and then just leave a rooftop unattended entirely. That's just not how that works. You can't cover up more sophisticated angles of attack and then just leave obvious ones open, which is the primary complaint here.
So
But the
you've
point
seen
I was
the 3D reconstruction video. I've actually been to a VR chat reconstruction that claims to have had the scale and the distances proper, and I'm not sure how accurate a unity meter to like a real meter is, but I can tell
I love
you,
it so much.
I can tell
Yeah.
you that from standing at the stage, looking at where the shooter was, looking where the counter snipers were, it's, you can see clear as day. Like you could have made that shot on irons if you really wanted to.
Oh, he was making it on a red dot. And listen, to be fair, he did make the shot. Trump just turned last minute to not be hit by it.
That's the incredible part. Yeah.
I very much like writing on the funny jokes made at the expense of retardly Oswald. That maybe if they found a shooter whose eyes were in the same zip code and who was less of an ad for teen smoking and pregnancy drinking, then he maybe would have hit from that distance. But realistically, he almost did. Especially, with like the low tier AR and the barely zeroed red dot sight that he had on it. But that's not really the point here. The point
when I was young, that was my first rifle as well, was basically a poorly zeroed with a red dot, and I didn't even have irons on it. So like, what's tragic to me is it was a guy so young. You know what I mean? And like,
I mean,
not that
listen,
that like I feel bad for him shooting the former president, soon to be next president, and then getting shot, but that he was radicalized to that point. Better that he nearly still hit, and things turn out better, and he be stopped, than him actually going to commit a mass shooting, which was apparently what he had intended.
Well, he basically
he
did because he injured 3 people and killed 1.
That does meet the statistic for mass shootings. Yeah. I think the number is 3. Is it?
The number is, I believe it's more than 2. And they
more
neglect
than 2. That's so crazy to me that they would literally say if it's more than 2. Oh well, that is.
They want to pad the numbers
3 or more. Yeah.
Yeah, like for example, you know how they count school shootings? If someone has a negligent discharge in the parking lot, that's counted as a school shooting.
Yeah. if you break down all of firearms deaths, I think it comes out to somewhere less than like 10,000. Like not even close to 10,000. Probably not even close to 5,000. Right?
Once you sanitize for all of the numbers that aren't supposed to be there, so you can go ahead and chop off 60% because those are suicides. Just
Okay.
on the face of it, it has no business being in a gun homicide statistic, and
Yeah.
yet here we
Exactly.
are.
Yeah.
On top of that, you have a number of those being police involved shootings, which again, it's shootings
Yeah.
in the line of duty, wrongful or not, they would have occurred either way because police forces are universally armed.
Yeah.
Then you also need to exclude self-defense shootings that are also not sanitized from that sampling.
Yeah.
And
If it was later in
yeah,
court found to be justifiable, exactly.
exactly. Illegal use of force should not be in that statistic because
Yeah.
that, again, is a just thing to happen. If you assault someone and you get shot to death, well, you fucked around and you
And
found
you found
out.
out exactly.
And when you sanitize for shit like that, not only are rifles and shotguns like an infinitesimal percentage of that, you also end up in a place where the states are actually way safer than the vast majority of countries with significantly stricter gun control. Like we end up in a place where we have lower incidences of gun homicide, of like criminal gun homicide, lower per capita than the UK.
In a country where I heard Digby go on about how the barrel is apparently the thing that's classified as the gun. That's crazy to me.
They,
Anyway,
I think not the barrel itself. I think their serialized part is the upper universally,
oh,
whereas
okay.
for us, well, listen, for us it's also not universal. Like on ARs, the lower is the serialized part.
Okay.
On SIG P320s and P365s, it's the fire control group, like on MP5s, by the way.
Mm.
And like I don't know what other exotic numbering practices are on the Glock. It's the grip, which sort of also doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well,
So
the
I
grip of
yeah.
a Glock includes the trigger and the striker fire mechanism in theory,
No,
right?
the striker is
Okay.
in the slide.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I got my
So
Switch.
oh fuck.
Yeah, no, listen.
Yeah.
People on social media are crazy posting shit like that. I have
See,
2 dogs. There is no way in hell I am ever offending the ATF like that.
I see that's actually a point that I sort of glossed over and then forgot about entirely when we previously touched upon it. Like the people who want to defund the police but also want stricter gun laws. And I think the model that they are reaching for, and I'm not sure if it's done intentionally or not, is that they want to privilege people who are already outside of polite society. Like they want to empower the criminal who already doesn't care about having a criminal record because he inherently relies on the state for Gibbs, and therefore it's fine, he's fine to reoffend and be let out again because there's an understaffing or there's a lack of prisons and whatnot. But they
Hmm.
want to clamp down hard on the balls of the American middle class, who are the backbone of the country, the primary taxpayer. They essentially want to turn them into tax cattle that would be too afraid to resist and ideally be disarmed at the prospect of joining the proles. That is what I think is the target model, not for the lower level activists, but definitely for the globo homo behind them.
Y- you know,
It's the you will own nothing and be happy
I
people basically.
definitely think that there are forces that do act in that way, right? Like I'm not eyes wide shut about the fact that they want me to eat the bugs, right,
Yeah.
and live in the pod.
Oh, they're
Uh,
very overt about that.
you know what the tragic thing is despite I can't say that I've been living my life to best efforts. I wish I could I had been doing better. There's a regret. But despite my efforts, I am sort of the product of exactly what they want. I've got, 4,000 hours in VR chat, right?
Mm.
The
See,
metaverse is better.
Is it wait, well, depending on which one we're talking about, but
Oh
listen,
yeah, yeah.
you having the liberty to break away from that like you having the choice to either indulge the pod lifestyle or reject it wholesale is like the principle that I'm fighting for. That's why I, for example, disagree when
Amen.
people try to label me as right wing in the colloquial sense of it, because I'm very much not in line with the chuds that, demand that you have a government enforced girlfriend, or,
Yeah.
the whatever other overreaches they think will bring us to a hypothetical hyperborea, or, the people who misguidedly look at Putin and like think that, Russia's strong despite the fact that they actually suffer from very similar communist derived poisons, such as, cowering before a supposedly oppressed Muslim minority.
Hmm.
But, besides the point, like, I disagree with everything that impedes personal liberty. And again, I understand reasonable concessions. Like, I understand that the Leviathan of the state is a necessary evil, as long as we all agree in principle that we follow this very little nifty document called the US Constitution, which does a very good job of laying out the framework of what a free and fair society looks like.
I just hope people like you, people who are willing to stand up for personal liberty and freedom, like do not get rained out and are forced to live in obscurity in the same way that after the GG block lists and all of the efforts that I made to try and have people not even to regulate what political opinions they have, but to simply ask for the bare minimum of like disclosure or
Yeah.
ethical practice, that you then turn around and be labeled as sexist, racist, or homophobic, right?
I think it's kind of a self-healing process because, see, they tried to weaponize the accusation of sexism and racism and whatever else. And over the course of them misusing those terms for, as attack pieces, they've lost their power, and like they now ring hollow. You call someone a racist, and okay, so are you using that in the Twitter sense of the word? And like the base assumption now is that whoever is using that word as a means of character assassination is probably deranged and not worth listening to
You
anyway.
know what the most deranged thing has to be out of most of the things I've heard recently?
Mm, go ahead.
Vtuber Kirsta does a lot of
Yeah.
DEI coverage and all that
We
stuff. And
love the Foxu. This is
yeah,
a
yes,
Foxu viewing
yes, yes.
household.
I don't know if you saw her most recent video. I
The
don't know if
the
it's the
bridge
most
one?
recent. Um, maybe this was just on Twitter or something like that. But the point is that she
I
was
don't think
reacting
I
to
don't
a
think she
clip.
has I don't think she has standalone like video essays. So whatever videos are out
It's
there
like a
is,
they're all clips from streams. Yes.
yeah, yeah, she does streams and then some of that gets recycled into clips. I'm not sure if those are official clippers.
Right. In any case, there was an occurrence on one of her streams
Hmm.
of her covering some of these DEI talking points, and you had two political pundits talking on a news broadcast or maybe some sort
Yeah.
of council meeting or something like that.
Hmm.
And this lady is explaining to a man, I just really feel like it's a dog whistle when you hear somebody bringing up the word DEI and
Ah,
you
yeah,
know
the
it's in that
DEI is the
disparaging
new
manner, that
N-word.
it's equivalent to a racial pejorative. Yes.
I mean, thank you for gifting us another verbal Avada Kedavra, I guess. Because fine, I'll take it. I'll take an alternative. Like, I don't
Mm.
have like how should I put this well? If you give me ammo to use against thin-skinned fuckwits, I will take and use it.
I just find it really offensive for people to try and characterize things like that as being racist when I can. Do you want to hear the most racist experience I've probably had in my life? As like
Yeah, go
I don't know,
ahead.
maybe a closing story.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as I'm graduating high school, I'm dating my high school sweetheart. She's a ginger girl. right?
Mm-hmm.
And she had come over to my family's Christmas the day before, and got to meet all of my Hispanic family. And in high school, I had much curlier, unkept hair, and I
Mm-hmm.
let my beard grow out in such a way that it was more um, very frequently people would tell me I looked like the Arabian Seth Rogen, despite the fact that I was Hispanic, right?
Okay.
At any rate, especially being like at my heaviest 267, the Seth Rogen,
Mm-hmm.
I was not beating the Seth Rogen allegations at the time. At any rate, at any rate, I'm having a good time. I'm meeting her family. She's even got a Jewish relative, and he's
Oy vey.
celebrating the Hanukkah, and I wore a yarmulke
Uh,
with him in
mm-hmm.
solidarity. Not that I know if that was particularly offensive in the moment or not.
I don't
I've
think
known
so,
very few
no.
Jews in my life. There was a family friend who died when I was younger. But anyway, point being, I'm walking with her. I'm meeting her family, and she turns to me and she says, "Oh, you know what? By the way, my uncle Jeff is here." And he's a little quirky and can be sometimes a little outspoken, a little racist, okay? So just don't take anything he says too seriously. Don't worry about it if you run into him. And I swear, right as she's explaining that to me, we're in her living room, we're turning the corner to go into her kitchen. And as we turn the corner to enter her kitchen, who do I meet but her uncle Jeff, who I
Mm-hmm.
swear had like an Asian wife in his arms, like they were
Of
arm in
course he
arm
did.
walking the same way that I don't remember the details exactly, but point being, he eyes me up and down, and he realizes that that's his niece right there, like that I'm holding hands and walking with, like we're both walking arm in arm with our girl, right? And he sticks a warm hand out, real animated and such, and he goes, "Well, shoot, you're the sand digger who's been ducking my niece." And, I was like a deer in headlights, right? Like I was like, oh man, how do I diffuse this situation with the least amount of anything bad happening? I shake his hand. I'm thinking for a second, doing like the hedonic calculus in my head, and it comes to me, and I say, well, actually, sir, I'm a, and he really seemed to appreciate that, and things were all right.
uh,
Oh wow.
just southern things.
Yeah, no, really.
Uh, that's cute. That's cute.
Yeah.
Damn, this is fun, man, but we're past 4 hours. This is going
Yeah,
to be a
we
fucking nightmare to edit.
yeah, no, I'm very glad it was right
Uh,
around 420. So if we can stop
ah,
before 422, then it's 422.
I promise nothing for the final
The
duration of
final
it,
cut
but
because
listen,
of
yeah.
yeah, cutting things in and out for sure.
Regardless, listen, it's a pleasure to have you here. I'm sure we'll probably just do this again because we've been sliding between topics and there's still quite a bit of stuff to go through and rabbit hole on. But thanks for coming around, Crane.
Absolutely. I'd be very happy to return whenever, and thank you so much for having me.